Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order at 10 a.m. As many of you may know, the governor has recently signed Public Act 101-0640, making certain amendments to the Open Meetings Act so that we, along with other boards and commissions, can continue to host virtual meetings during this COVID-19 public health emergency, provided that certain conditions are met. One of those conditions is that I, as head of the Chicago Plan Commission, determined that an in-person meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission is not practical nor prudent. I want to make sure our virtual meeting meets all the conditions of the Open Meetings Act as amended. Therefore, I am making a determination pursuant to the newly created Section 72 of the Open Meetings Act that an in-person meeting of this commission on Chicago Plan Commission is not practical nor prudent. Similarly, I am also making a determination pursuant to the newly created Section 75 that because of the disaster as declared by the governor, it is unfeasible for at least one member of the Chicago Plan Commission or its chief administrative officer or its chief legal officer to be physically present at the meeting place, inasmuch as there is no physical meeting place. Before we get into the full meeting agenda for the October 15, 2020 Chicago Plan Commission meeting, I would like to ask everyone that because we are meeting virtually, please be mindful of your surroundings in terms of noise. Please remember to keep yourself muted when you are not speaking. The meeting is being recorded and also live streamed for public viewing. Lastly, if you are an active participant in the meeting, especially if you are speaking, please do not watch the live stream as this will cause audio interference. Thank you. I want to also quickly provide guidance to those who have pre-registered to provide testimony on the cases presented for public hearing today. Those who requested to testify at the Plan Commission today should have already submitted testimony forms, which included the speaker's full name and address, as well as a public hearing item number, and those forms have been gathered by staff. I would also like to remind our presenters to be mindful of their presentation length and to please stay on point. Out of respect for others, speakers should please limit your comments to 3 minutes. When your name is called, your microphone will be unmuted to allow you to make your comments. Please attempt refrain from repeating comments. The public comment portion of the meeting is not a question and answer session of staff nor the applicant, but an opportunity for attendees to voice their opinions on a particular proposal. Out of respect for others, please do not interrupt or disrupt the speakers. Any individual who does disrupt the presentation or any subsequent comment session may be muted and removed from the virtual hearing session. With that, I would like to do roll call. First, let me begin by, so sorry, Commissioner Brumfield.
Here.
Commissioner Burnett. Commissioner Biaggi.
Commissioner Biaggi, yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Cordova, present. Commissioner Cox.
Present.
Commissioner Flores.
Here.
Commissioner Garza.
Present.
Commissioner Grossman. Commissioner Kelly. Commissioner Lightfoot. Commissioner Lyons.
Here.
Commissioner Moore.
Here.
Commissioner Murphy.
Here.
Commissioner Novata is going to be late. She already told us that. She's got a budget hearing. Commissioner Osterman. Commissioner Dreas.
Present.
Commissioner Searle.
Here.
Commissioner Shaw.
Present.
Commissioner Sposato. Commissioner Tunney. Commissioner Villegas. Commissioner Wagesbach.
Here.
Thank you. We will now.
I just want to add, I see Commissioner Burnett. I'm promoting him to panelist now.
Okay, great. So Commissioner Burnett is marked.
Yeah, Commissioner Burnett is here. Thank you for letting me in, Noah.
And you know, Commissioner Burnett, ever since our last meeting, when you talked about the great comeback, I want you to know that has been a real spark of optimism throughout for this last month. So I really appreciate that. I'm thinking about the great comeback that's before us.
Yes.
We will now approve the minutes from December 17th. I hope you remain optimistic. We will now approve the minutes from December 17, 2020 regularly scheduled Plan Commission meeting. The minutes were distributed prior to today's hearing. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the regularly scheduled meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission held on September 17, 2020?
Moved by Commissioner Shaw.
Moved by Commissioner Shaw, seconded by
Commissioner Searle.
Commissioner Searle. And again, because we're doing this virtually, I must do the roll call. Commissioner Brumfeld.
Here.
No, do you vote?
Sorry.
For me?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's
Yes.
okay. That's okay. Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
Biagi.
Yes.
Cordova is yes. Cox. Cox
Yes.
is on. Commissioner Flores.
Yeah.
Yes.
Commissioner Garza.
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly. Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Commissioner Searle.
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw.
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney. And Commissioner Wagasbuck. Motion passes. We will now take public testimony for the items remaining on the agenda today. I have 2 people signed in to speak today, and as I call your name, please wait a moment until you are unmuted, and then you may proceed to speak. Please be reminded that you will have 3 minutes to speak. Ms. LaShonda Bell, followed by Ms. Colleen Quilty, both of whom would like to speak about item D1 on the agenda, a proposed residential business plan development submitted by LV Halstead LLC for the property generally located at 1623 North Halstead Street. Were you able to make it on, Ms. Bell?
We just have one speaker, Madam Chair, Colleen Quilty.
Okay, so Ms. LaShonda Bell was unable to make it, it appears. Ms. Colleen Quilty, you may begin. You're unmuted now. Ms. Quilty.
Ms. Quilty, you have to unmute yourself and then speak.
Mute. Am I unmuted now?
You sure are. We can hear you now. Thank you, Ms.
Hello?
Quilty.
I am. Lovely. Thank you. Good morning, members of the Plan Commission. My name is Colleen Quilty. I'm a resident of Lincoln Park. I live near the proposed development at 1623 North Halstead. I'm opposed to this proposal for 2 reasons. The first reason, residents deserve to know what is proposed for the site before the Plan Commission votes on it. There have been conflicting descriptions of what the developers are actually planning for this site. The Plan Commission agenda describes the proposal as a 7-story mixed-use building containing 79 dwelling units with ground floor retail space and 0 parking stalls. In contrast, the developer's plan development application filed in May states 79 residential hotel units. And when I looked to the Alderman Hopkins website for clarity yesterday, it says the developers JDL and Logan Ventures want to construct a 7-story, 63-unit boutique extended stay hotel concept of 25 underground residential parking spaces. The developers planned a residential building that should be clear, and the hotel use should be removed from the plan development application. If the developer is seeking a plan development, they should be expected to make a plan and develop it. They should not be permitted to change the use from residential to hotel without further approvals. Once more, while this proposal lies within Ward 2, most of the residents, like myself, will be actually in Ward 43. I haven't heard anything from my Alderman Smith, about this project. My second reason is, additionally, if this development were to become a 7-story hotel, it would worsen traffic nightmare that is already the intersection in North Ave and Halstead Street. Right now, traffic is terrible at this intersection and regularly gets stuck in the middle of that light. North Avenue essentially becomes a single lane because there are so many folks trying to turn left to go north on Halstead, right past the development site. As an organizer Unite Here, Local 1, I visit hotels across the city and very familiar with how guests get into and out of hotels. Hotel guests choosing to stay in Lincoln Park will definitely take Uber or Lyft. I already see rideshare cars double parked up and down Halsted waiting for passengers who are going to the restaurants there. It is going to be just as bad for the hotel. I see no plans at 1623 Halsted to have an internal loading zone or even a circle drive to mitigate traffic. Until the hotel use is removed from planned development application, I urge you to vote no on this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for taking the time to come and express your thoughts, Ms. Quilty. That does conclude our public testimony period. We're now on the agenda in matters submitted in accordance with the Interagency Planning Referral Act. Do I have a motion to approve items number 1 and 2 under the ANLAP heading?
Excuse me, Madam Chair, good point. I believe that second speaker is on.
Oh, okay.
Her phone number is 4911.
Okay. Let me see. Okay, so the motion hasn't been made yet, so I can go back and do that. I was on the verge of being made, but let me go back. Ms. Bell, are you on the call? Go ahead and unmute yourself. We've enabled you to unmute yourself.
Kamal, does she have to use *6 because she's on a phone?
Yes, *6 to unmute.
Thank you.
Ms. Bell? Give her another couple seconds. *6, Ms. Bell, on your phone to unmute. Okay, I think we can presume that she's not there. Back to the matters in accordance with the Interagency Planning Referral Act. Somebody was about to make a motion to approve items number 1 and 2 under the ANLAP heading.
Commissioner Searle, so moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Searle. Seconded?
Second.
I think that was
Commissioner Garza.
I thought that was you. Okay, Commissioner Garza. And again, I must do roll call. If we can get all the commissioners unmuted so we can get through the roll call quickly. Commissioner Brumfeld.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett. Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes.
Commissioner Cordova is yes. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Flores.
Yes.
Commissioner Gottesman.
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Commissioner Searle.
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw. Commissioner Tunney. Commissioner Weigelsbach.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett, vote yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Burnett is a yes.
Commissioner Villegas votes yes too.
Great, and noted that Commissioner Villegas is here. Okay, motion passes. Now matters, we will move now on to the public hearing presentation portion for matters submitted in accordance with the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance and/or the Chicago Zoning Ordinance. The first item on the agenda is a proposed residential business plan development submitted by LV Halsted LLC for the property generally located at 1623 North Halsted Street. The applicant proposes to construct a 7-story mixed-use building containing 79 dwelling units with ground floor retail space. The development will contain 0 vehicular parking stalls and 79 bicycle parking stalls. Joshua Sun will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal within the time frame. Go ahead, Mr. Sun. You're up and ready to go. Let's go.
Good morning.
Good
You
morning.
can see the screen?
We can.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
For the record, my name is Josh Sun with the Department of Planning and Development. This proposed development is generally located at 1623 North Halsted Street and is located within the Lincoln Park community area within the 2nd ward. The applicant, JDL Development and Logan Ventures, and the development team appear here today for the purposes of establishing a residential business plan development at the subject site. The request is being submitted as a mandatory plan development application pursuant to the provisions of the Chicago Zoning Ordinance, Title 17 of the Municipal Code of Chicago, due to the fact that the applicant is seeking a B3-5 zoning district prior to establishing a residential business plan development, and the proposed building will exceed the height of 80 feet and a B3-5 district. The subject site is located in the North Planning region, again in the Lincoln Park community area, where more than half of the roughly 69,000 residents are under the age of 34, and the median household income is approximately $107,000 a year. This provides a zoning context for the subject site. It is located adjacent to the other B3-2 community shopping district zone designations, and abuts a couple of other PDs that previously had a base zoning of B3-5 and R4 for commercial shopping and residential designations respectively. As you can see, the property is noted by the red marker and the green circle. This provides a more context for the subject site. It illustrates the existing conditions of the subject property. The immediate area to the north is made up of low-rise residential buildings and mixed-use buildings that tend to have a commercial on the ground floor, a mix of office or restaurants, and residential above. Across the street is the Steppenwolf Theater. We are currently constructing a 50,000 square foot state-of-the-art theater addition designed by Smith & Gill and located immediately adjacent and south of the current building. So to the south of the project site, on the other side of the CTA brown line, so this is the project site, right here, this is the brown line, and beyond North Avenue, the area is more dense with mixed-use high-rises and a more large-scale commercial space. Here you can see how the proposed 83-foot building compares to the other buildings south. Looking west gives another perspective of how height increases as you head toward downtown on the western side of Halsted. So if you look to the left, that's heading south, and you can see the increase in height. And then looking east, it's very similar. The buildings shown are on the eastern side of Halsted. You can see here the new residents of the new city, and Flannery Apartments, and then the proposed site here. The radius represents a quarter mile or a 10 to 15 minute walk within the North Clybourne Station, which it's designated by the white circle. As you can see, the subject property is very well within a TSL or a transit served location located in the purple. And here you can see the evolution of the project. On the left, initially starting as a taller, larger building. After engaging with the community and discussing with DPD, however, the design has been finely tuned to what is proposed today, which is what you see on your right. The new building will take place of 4 existing buildings on site as seen here and respects the scale of the street. You can see these are the 4 existing buildings. And then on the right, this is the new proposed rendering. At approximately 83 feet, it is slightly taller than the surrounding area to the north, just to the left, yet serves as a transitional gateway as you head south or north on Halsted. In discussing with the design team, we believe that this white building here is approximately 60 feet or so. Here you can see the massing. It's comparable with the adjacent buildings, again to the south of the brown line and then to the north here. And strengthens the urban design of the area by closing curb cuts, enhancing the streetscape, and providing bicycle amenities. The applicant, who's here today, will take it from here to explain the project timeline and other details.
Thank you, Josh. For the record, Katie Jenke-Dale from Daily Piper. We represent, along with my colleague Paul Cheadle, we represent the applicant for this matter. Josh, can you advance to the next slide? I'm joined today by Jim Lechinger and Pete Smolinski, the developer, and Sophie Beidick from HPA, the project architect. As you'll see on the screen, we initiated this process with a neighborhood meeting in June of 2019, and then returned for a community-wide meeting in March 2020, and then filed this application shortly after in May. As a result of those meetings, as well as extensive meetings with the Department of Planning and Development design team, we made changes, which I believe were shown on the side-by-side a few slides ago, related to the density and height, exterior materials, and the overall building design. With that, I'll turn it over to Sophie from HPA, who will go through the design in greater detail. Sophie?
Sorry about that. I'm unmuted. I think everyone can hear me. Hi, Sophie Beidick. I'm a partner at Hartshorn Plunkett Architecture. And if Josh, if you could advance to the next slide. Perfect. On this slide, you can see our site plan. We are proposing a 7-story building. As you can see here, it is bound by the elevated tracks to the south, which is located at the bottom of your screen. Halsted to the east, which is at the left of the screen, a 20-foot wide public alley to the east. Sorry, I think I got you turned around. Halsted is to the west, alley is to the east. And then to the north of us is an adjacent property, and we are set away from that property about 17.5 feet. Next slide. Here you can see our typical floor plans. On the left-hand side, you can see our first floor, which has a small commercial space in the darker purple color, a small residential lobby in the medium tone purple color, back of house and services, including the bike parking and loading off of the alley. To the right, you can see our 2nd through 6th floor plan, which includes the units, and then we are set back off of the public alley so that we have a terrace at the back. Along the alley, there's also located in green a setback off of the CTA ground line, which is bound to us on the south. Next slide. So once we get to the 7th floor, we are setting back away from both the Halsted Street and the tracks. This does 2 things. It maximizes the opportunity for the units to have exterior space at the roof line, as well as minimizing the impact off of Halsted Street. And you'll see in the renderings that the 7th floor really is imperceptible when standing at grade looking up at the building. This is our green roof calculations. We have an applicable roof area of 7,226 square feet and are providing 50% green roof totaling 3,613 square feet. Next slide. Here we have our elevations, and as you saw in the renderings earlier, the building is clad in a combination of a warm gray toned red brick and champagne painted aluminum panels with an articulated pattern of vertical ribbing. The building is approximately 83 feet tall. The distinguishing feature of this building is the rounded corners in both the masonry and the aluminum panels, which echoes the bend in the brown line tracks that is our neighbor. Continuing the tradition of vibrant retail along Halsted, we've maximized the storefront glazing and located active uses at grade. Next slide. So this is the building looking south. You can start to see that setback on the 7th floor. Next slide. Here you can see the eastern elevation that is facing the alley. You can see the setback on the 7th floor as well as the loading access off of the alley. This is the view of the building that faces the tracks. Here you can see the rounded corners and the integration of the aluminum panels that match the storefront being taken up to the 7th floor and down the side of the building that has the inset along the tracks. Building sections, not that interesting to speak about. Here you can see an illustration of the rounded building corners, as well as the articulated aluminum panels with the vertical ribbing that I mentioned at the storefront. This view also shows the inset windows on floors 2 through 6 that are framed in a matching aluminum projection. This adds depth and shadow variation to the facade at the punched openings. And this shows our 7th floor setback at the roof line, which is echoing the same articulation and vertical ribbing that we have at the storefront. You can also see those rounded masonry corners. And here is a detail through the window that shows both the metal frame at the window jambs as well as the inset windows that are set in from the masonry facade. As it relates to traffic and parking, this project is creating no curb cuts or disturbances to the pedestrian experience. As a matter of fact, we are eliminating one curb cut that exists now off of Halsted. There will be no new streets and no additional parking, as the proximity of this project to the public transportation allows us to be a transit-oriented development. I mentioned earlier, but this slide illustrates the amount of glazing at the ground floor, indicated in the darker teal color. This will accommodate active commercial uses. The project is providing new streetscape trees and grates, along with a new sidewalk along Halsted, which will enhance the pedestrian way. Next slide. And here you can see that landscape improvement in the form of 4 new street trees and grates, the removal of the curb cut to the north, bicycle racks being installed, as well as the new sidewalk. This is a rendering. You can see, I mentioned earlier, that from the street, that top 7th floor is set back such that you really can't see it from across the street looking up. This slide also shows those rounded masonry corners that I keep talking about. This shows the punched window frames and the articulated storefront, as well as a enlarged example of the masonry selection that we have chosen. With regard to sustainability, we do plan to achieve 100 points on the sustainability matrix through Energy Star program, as well as exceeding the energy code by 10%. I mentioned earlier, we have a 50% green roof. We are also reducing our indoor water use and diverting waste, and the site's location to proximity of transit service, as well as providing on-site bike parking, gets us to our 100% total. Lastly, the slide indicates the stormwater compliance summary that we've agreed upon with the city. We are reducing stormwater through the use of our green roof, and the remaining is collected via storm pipe and catch basin to the north edge of our site and is released through a restrictor to Halsted.
Thanks, Sophie. Again, for the record, Katie Jenke-Dale from DLA Piper. The project has 79 dwelling units and fully complies with the ARO as follows. We'll be providing 2 units off-site within 2 miles of the site and in a higher income area. We'll also be paying a fee in lieu of just under $800,000 for the remaining 6 units. And as a reminder, that fee in lieu is split in half between construction and rehabilitation of affordable housing units, and half goes to critical rental assistance. Next slide. It is anticipated that this project will create 176 construction jobs and 6 to 10 permanent jobs. The applicant is fully committed to seeking to achieve the hiring goals of the mayor's executive order, including by partnering with organizations that train minority and female workers. We've also already sent letters to the DPS assist agencies, and we'll continue outreach throughout the construction of the project. With that, I'll turn it back over to Josh at DPD. Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. So all that said, the Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant, and we have concluded that the proposed residential business plan development would be appropriate for the following reasons. It promotes a unified planning and development. It is economically beneficial development pattern. It promotes transit, pedestrian, and bicycle use, ensures accessibility for persons with disabilities, and minimizes conflicts with existing traffic patterns in the vicinity. And it is in compliance with plan development standards and guidelines such as pedestrian orientation, building features, urban design, building orientation and massing, and building design. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is a recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application to establish a residential business plan development be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you. Do commissioners have any questions of the staff or the applicant?
Yes, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, I gotta go.
Alderman Villegas.
Commissioner Garza, was that Commissioner Garza?
No, Villegas.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Villegas. Commissioner Villegas followed by Commissioner Searle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question as it relates to the overall monitoring of the set goals in the mayor's executive order as it relates to hiring as well as contracting. Is DPD providing feedback and reports to the committee so that way we can kind of monitor what's being attained?
Commissioner Fox, you want to respond to that?
This is Noah. Chairwoman. So yes, Alderman, Commissioner, we have the applicants provide reports on where their goals are at the time prior to coming onto the agenda for Plan Commission. They then report again at the time of permitting, and then they report through the Department of Buildings at the end of their project. We have in the past, it's probably been a few months now, but yes, a couple times a year, typically Assistant Commissioner Nancy Radzovich comes to the Plan Commission and gives an update on what the numbers are and what the goals are that have been reported to us to date. We can, I believe, arrange to do that coming up again. It's been a few months.
Thank you. Thank you, Noah. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that question. And Noah, question here, because one of the things I've asked for now for many months is that we start collecting that data, breaking down women, because we get it as minority and women, but we don't get a breakdown on the how many are minority women, women of color. So if we could get that breakdown, if we could ask that question in order to get that data going forward, I think that would give us a better picture for I think what we're seeking here. Thank you, Commissioner Searle.
Couple of questions. I just wanted to make sure. So these are permanent dwelling units, not hotels like the, I think it was Colleen Quilty was confused on, or we were not quite sure, but these are permanent dwelling units. Is that correct?
This is Jim Letchinger, JDL Development for the applicant. The answer to that question is we are building these as permanent apartments. There is a product in the marketplace today of companies that are renting apartments and utilizing them for long-term and short-term stay. It's, you know, they actually would pay a hotel tax in that situation. We don't currently have that programmed. Interestingly enough, I know there was a couple people that had concerns. It was requested of us at our public meeting that we endeavor to get a facility such as that. It is probably unlikely in today's economic situation with hotels struggling. So, but we did want it there in case it does become available in the future.
Okay, thank you. My other question is that all four sides of this building are exactly the same in terms of, you know, fenestration, and it would seem in today's sustainable world, we would think a little bit more in the design process that perhaps the east elevations and the west elevations might have other kinds of, for instance, shading devices or other things that might relate to the way we could save on solar, you know, solar energy or solar not energy. And, you know, the building just seems a little bit unrelated to those ideas. And I would hope that, you know, in future buildings that we see like this, yes, we can achieve some sustainable goals, but are we really doing the right things with that sustainability? So I would just, you know, bring that up as an issue that we should be looking at and questioning. I don't know if there are any responses that the applicant wants to make, but.
I will. I actually have a question. I'm not. You know, I know there's a, you know, there's a percentage of solid material to be utilized in order to meet certain goals, which in many cases is a challenge when we're doing all glass buildings. This having a masonry, a substantial amount of masonry, it would seem to actually exceed those typical numbers. So I'm curious what you would suggest and what we could look at for this as well as for the future.
Well, for instance, just even shading devices or, you know, perhaps different kinds of glass, or I'm sure I'm not even thinking of them all, but, you know.
Okay, I got you.
So that's kind of what I was questioning. I mean, the building is so symmetrical on every side, you know. You might say in the winter, the south side has great opportunities to collect solar energy that would be nice in your apartment, but in the summer, not so much. But the east-west sides are always, you know, overly getting too much sun. So why are there same amount of windows on every side, kind of thing. So those are just, just beginnings of the many opportunities there are to take a look at how buildings can be designed to do a better job, of what we hope to be a net zero energy use in 2030 or 2035. I forget where the dates are now. It was 2030. So we've only got 10 years to really, beef up what we're doing right now.
Commissioner Searle, I appreciate the comment. And we are planning to do an energy model. Right now at the early stages, we have the 25% reduction goal, but we will energy model, and oftentimes we start to look at different glazing ratios within the glass on different facades as well as internal blinds. We just, in this early stage, haven't gotten to that level of scrutiny in the energy model.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Commissioner Searle. Commissioner Burnett, followed by Commissioner Reyes.
Hello?
We hear you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Just want to ask, sorry, I'm on these two meetings. I'm in a committee meeting too. Want to ask, who's your contractor going to be? Have you chosen a contractor yet?
Alderman, we have not yet chosen a contractor. This project's been a long time in the making and has gone through many iterations. So, there's the likely suspects that we often use, Power Construction, and but we have not chosen anybody yet.
Okay, Power is a very, very workable organization. So I always ask if you can ask your contractor, because you all have to meet a minority goal anyway. Mm-hmm. I think it's easier for contractors to meet that goal if they joint venture with a minority contractor. That way they cover. They had that 30% covered or whatever percentage you're trying to attain. Would you consider talking to your contractor about that?
Absolutely. This is a perfect opportunity for that. The scale of this project, a smaller contractor can offer a lot more. If some of the projects are too big, it doesn't work as well. Alderman, I think I've shared with you under in a couple of other meetings, one of the programs that we're trying to create to require our subcontractors and our general contractors have hiring requirements for them. And, we are prepared to, we can do it after this, but we will do it voluntarily, but we'd like to have it submitted to the Plan Commission for future thought. It's obtainable. It is actually it's an opportunity for subcontractors to hire people of color that need jobs. They have to work with the community to make sure they're trained and can get into the union, and they must maintain a certain percentage throughout our job and then hopefully moving into the future. So we want to be very progressive. That could mean joint venture, but we think there's even more opportunity.
And I apologize with the, so the size of your units what are the sizes of your units?
Sophie, I'll let you answer that.
It's an average of around 750.
So what's that, like
one bedroom?
The average is a one bedroom, yeah.
Average one bedroom. What's the smallest one?
There are some studios that are in the 600 range.
Mm-hmm. And then I saw that you're gonna have 2 affordable units and you buying out. How much are your units gonna cost? What's the cost?
These are rental units, Alderman.
What's the rent?
I wish I could tell you that. I could have told you. I would have told you one thing 8 months ago and something very different today. So, we're certainly hoping to achieve, in the $325 a foot range. That would be very hard right now. The market's obviously struggling. But like you, we're very
$325 for 1,000 square foot place. That'd be
would be $3,250. Yes.
3250. So for 500 place, that'd be 1525 or something.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, I know this is Alderman Hopkins' ward, and I'm sure the alderman did a lot of work on this. He's very conscientious. So congratulations to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Reyes.
Yes, so what's the total development cost of this project?
Let me give you a proper number. I apologize.
It's estimated at about $20 million, Commissioner Reyes.
29?
20.
Okay, $20 million. Okay, and then in terms of the two units that are going to be provided within the 2 miles radius, what's the income that is expected for those units?
They'll be affordable at 60% of AMI, which according to 2020 numbers is about $38,220 for a one-person bedroom, which comes to, depending on what utilities are paid for, about a $1,000 per month rent.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. Is Alderman Hopkins here to either make a statement or is there a letter on file?
We have a letter of support on file.
I am present, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Commissioner, Alderman Hopkins, we'd be happy to hear any comments you'd like to make.
Yes, thank you. I'll be brief. We do have a letter of support on file. I am in full support of this project. It was a very lengthy process, but it was a collaborative process at every step of the way. I do want to commend the Department of Planning and their staff for their outstanding work in marshaling this through and making some very key suggestions at some very key times, which really improved this project. The developer was a good partner to work with. And most importantly, the community. You saw the Department of Planning had those 3 slides which showed the initial proposal, the modified proposal, and then the final design where we're at today. There were actually a number of proposals prior to that initial first one. As I said, this has been in discussion for many years, actually, and the community has been involved in every discussion. You saw the 2 community meetings that were listed there. There actually was a 3rd meeting which wasn't a community meeting because it was in fact a smaller stakeholder meeting where we got the leaders of the neighborhood associations together to have a more interactive working session. And some outstanding suggestions and some ideas came out of that session that were incorporated into the final design. So everyone is satisfied with this at this point. The Neighborhood Association of Record has a letter also on file in support of this project. That wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for the extensive collaboration and the interactive community process that we went through. So this is a win all the way around. And I just want to congratulate everyone for getting us to this point and to ask for a favorable recommendation from the Plan Commission. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alderman. And of course, we like to hear about this, about extensive community engagement in such a process. Commissioners, have any additional questions for staff, the applicant, or the alderman? Commissioner Tunney. Commissioner Tunney.
Just to be recorded that I'm here on the roll call, please.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Do I have a motion then on the proposed residential business plan development submitted by LB Hudson LLC for the property generally located at 1623 North Wilshire Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
Moved by Commissioner Shaw.
And second, thank you, Commissioner, and seconded by?
Second by Commissioner Garza.
Thank you, Commissioner. And again, any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, let me go again to the roll call. Commissioner Brumfeld.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes.
Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Flores.
Yes.
Commissioner Garza.
Yes.
I don't think Commissioner Kelly has arrived yet. I know he's coming. He'll be here shortly. Commissioner Lyons is recusing herself on this item. Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Commissioner Nevada probably has not arrived yet either. Commissioner Reyes,
No.
Commissioner Searle,
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw. I know it's partly homeschooling over there. Commissioner Tunney,
Yes.
Commissioner Villegas,
Yes.
Commissioner Wagasbuck. Okay, motion passes. That was a yes.
Commissioner Chairman, did you call me?
I did.
Oh, sorry. I was, okay, yes, but my answer is yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. I know you're double working, and you know, and to the aldermen who are juggling multiple meetings here.
Oh,
So motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is a proposed plan development submitted by CSX Transportation, INC, for the property generally located at 2240 West 63rd Street in Chicago, 60636. The applicant is proposing to rezone the approximately 967,903 square feet subject property from M1-2 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District, C2-2 Motor Vehicle Related Commercial District, and B3-1 Community Shopping District to M1-2 Limited Manufacturing / Business Park District, then to a planned development. The applicant proposes the expansion of an existing intermodal storage yard to accommodate increased capacity needs, new landscaping along the western perimeter of the expanded yard, and a new landscaped entrance at 63rd Street. The overall plan development will contain 2 new vehicular accessory parking stalls. John Malloy will provide the context overview, and the applicant will then present the proposal. Go ahead, Mr. Malloy.
Madam Chair. For the record, John Malloy with the Department of Planning and Development. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm joined today by members of the CSX team, including the 59th Street Rail Yard Superintendent, Ms. Jana Davies, Community Affairs Rep. Ray Harris, Tom Livingston, Richard Histrich, Scott Opie from Hanson Engineering, and attorney Larry Adelson. The location at 2240 West 63rd Street is near the intersection of 63rd and Western. It's in the Chicago Lawn neighborhood in the Southwest Planning Region in the 60th and Western TIF District. And the current zoning is B3-1, M1-2, C2-2, and M1-2. The idea is to rezone it to M2-1 and then to a planned development. Chicago Lawn has a population of approximately 55,000 folks. And of those, about 47.5% are Hispanic or Latino, and about 47% of the households include, I'm sorry, that's wrong. 47% are African American, and the median household income is approximately $33,000. Chicago Lawn at this point borders the West Inglewood neighborhood to the east. At this point, Madam Chair, I'd like to turn it over to Tom Livingston with CSX to go through the next few slides. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Madam Chairwoman, good morning, members of the commission. We are joining you this morning from the 16th Ward, where we're a proud business here at CSX. I'm going to turn our testimony to my colleagues who can provide some context on this project. We believe the subject property will be made more vibrant, as well as the community around the property. We are very proud to be a partner with the City of Chicago on the Chicago Region Environmental and Transportation Efficiency Project, otherwise known as CREATE, all year round. We really appreciate Alderman Coleman, Stephanie Coleman, and her leadership on making this a great project, a great investment in the ward, and as well as the Department of Planning team, Commissioner Cox and his team, for pushing us, for looking at all options so we can achieve a win-win. So I'm going to, at this point, and John will probably have Larry Adelson on the backside need to be unmuted, our outside counsel, if he's not queued up, or Noah. At this time, I'd like to call upon our Community Affairs representative, for the project, Ray Harris, for further context. I'm going to tilt this here towards Ray.
Thank you, Tom. Good morning, everyone. CSX operates throughout the state of Illinois with rail yards and terminals in Chicago, Bedford Park, Danville, East St. Louis, Ottawa, as well as in Riverdale. Our Illinois presence is part of the company's national network that connects nearly every eastern U.S. metropolitan area where you have 2/3 of the nation's population, and it connects them with the rest of the global economy. In Illinois, agricultural, chemical, and intermodal, including UPS, lead the way. CSX employs more than 500 people in the state working in various management and operational roles. Both globally and locally, we wanted you to be aware of our primary initiatives. First, on the environment. CSX is the first railroad to reach agreement with the Science Based Targets Initiative, which is an aggressive program to reduce greenhouse gases by 30% over the next 10 years. We are also the first railroad to achieve 1,000 miles to the gallon per ton mile in efficiency. In Chicago, we support everything from the Evening Star Church to the Chicago Lighthouse for the Blind and Visually Impaired, the Cook County Forest Preserve Foundation, Blue Star Families, and many other organizations through our Pride in Service program. In addition, we have a 64% minority and female workforce in Northeast Illinois. At this time, I'd like to turn the microphone over to Jana Davies, who is the Senior Terminal Manager of the 59th Street Yard.
Thank you, Ray, and good morning, everyone. I serve as the 59th Street Senior Terminal Manager at 2101 West 59th Street here in Chicago. Our terminal is immediately adjacent to the property we are seeking your approval on and has a direct impact of the viability of a transportation hub on the south side of Chicago. I have worked at the 59th Street Terminal since 2011. The terminal handles approximately 500 inbound trucks per day and services 4 trains per day. We have 9 overhead cranes and 3 side loaders that load and unload goods. We are a 24/7 terminal opened in 1999 on the site of a long abandoned rail yard. Presently, the only access to our terminal, which you see on current conditions, is off of 59th Street. We have approximately 100 individuals who work on the terminal as either contractors or employees of CSX. This new property will keep CSX viable and therefore retain the many jobs I just mentioned. There will be approximately 45 construction jobs on the new surface lot with an investment of $27 million. I will now call upon Larry Edelson, Richard Hisrich, and Scott Opie to discuss current and planned conditions for the site.
And John, I think, oops, let's see, it's a little dark there. John, I think we're going to unmute Larry Adelson if we can. And we'll just have him as our next speaker rather than everybody. Or tech support. There he is.
Morning, commissioners, aldermen. Nice to be here. Well, this is, it's rare to have a freight yard you could kind of call sexy, but I think this qualifies. This is a large brownfield site, which is buried. It's about between 300 and 600 feet off of Western, which is the main street, which is at the bottom of the screen here. So it's very challenging. Doesn't have frontage. It was assembled by CSX through a series of acquisitions and swaps over a period of years to consolidate it. And they are proposing to invest $27 million, create 45 construction jobs, and then probably about 20 permanent jobs, and bring this investment into this community that needs it. It is part of the Invest Southwest initiatives and part of the strengthening of Chicago as a logistics and transportation hub. The other great thing about this project is that there is no city money involved. Notwithstanding that, as we get to the end of it, CSX is committed to minority and women-owned set-asides in connection with the construction. So the existing conditions are: this is a vacant site. It's decrepit. It's run down. It's bordered by the rail yard to the east, commercial properties to the west. There's a small residential neighborhood of 3-story buildings and some bungalows. On Claremont, none of those face the site. And there's an entrance and exit on 63rd. So maybe we go to the next slide, John.
Sure.
Again, this shows the conditions and the zoning. It's a mix of C, B, and M zoning, which will be consolidated into a PD. There is good public transportation around this site. The major bus routes include the 63 bus and I think the 49 bus going up and down Western. This is a conceptual plan. You can see the retail stores to the left as you look at it, which are on Western Avenue, but this site's buried behind. And then the rail yard, the existing rail yard, which is on the right side. This is basically the same information. North is down on this map. So you can see where this yard will sit relative to Western Avenue and the existing rail system. There is an internal drive, by the way, which connects the 59th Street yard to this yard. You can see that at the top right as you look at it on this slide. So the intermodal containers come into the 59th Street yard. On trains, this is a good thing because it means they're not being brought into the city on trucks. They're coming in on trains. They get taken off the trains in the 59th Street yard. And then we don't have to take them over the public streets to get them into this yard. They move internally down this ramp, and you can see where the containers get stacked and how the trucks will circulate internally. This is a detail of the entrance at 63rd Street. We've spent a great deal of time working with Commissioner Cox, his staff, and the CDOT staff to make this both efficient. We want to get trucks in and out quickly and safely. One of the design features here is that there is area within the yard to bring trucks off the street and stage them inside the yard so they don't have to stack up on the street. You can also see on this slide, there's a landscaped setback from 63rd Street with extensive plantings. This was developed by Commissioner Cox's and his staff. We've implemented it as best we can, taking some visibility and line of sight considerations. But I think when you see the renderings, I think between the commissioner and his staff and CDOT's experts, it's a nice entryway. This is the landscape plan at the north end. You can see at the left of your screen, which is the western edge, there will be a row of tree plantings, which at maturity will provide some nice screening of the stack containers from Western Avenue, from the view corridors. Behind that is the retention pond for stormwater. And then behind that are the stacks of containers. If we can go down, this is again the details of the landscaping and fencing. When we get down to 63rd Street and Oakley, we're using decorative fencing. And again, we have a lot of trees to screen the yard from the street view. This is some additional detail showing the planting scheme, and it's a nice variety of trees. This shows the decorative fencing. This shows the decorative fencing again. There's a gate that can be used at 63rd Street. This is the security fence that the rest of the yard will use. Here's the current conditions. If you want to know what this looks like today, this is what it looks like. And here's what we're going to. So you can see that's a big upgrade right there. Nice sidewalk, nice trees. Again, this is 63rd Street looking to the west, existing conditions, and where we'll be going. We've got some renderings showing the existing street views off of Western. We could maybe, well, this is Oakley, actually West 62nd going to Oakley, you know, again, before and after. And then this is the current view corridor off of Western by the Ombudsman School. This is what it will look like with the containers and the trees. We've got another one. This is the view corridor between Pep Boys and Aldi before and after. So I think that's a nice plan. Yeah, if we can. So again, despite the fact that there is no city money in this project, it's 100% being funded by the railroad out of the railroad's funds. You know, the railroad is committed. The railroad's a part of this community. They've been active there at the 59th Street yard for 20 years. They're well integrated into the local community. They're a big part of it. They've committed to a 50% local city resident goal and a 26% MBE, 6% WBE goal for participation in the construction jobs. They also have initiated a job training program with Daly College. And you know, these railroad industry jobs are great jobs. And it's wonderful to start providing a pipeline for them, as they already make efforts to hire from the local community. But you know, these are career jobs which pay well, are stable, and provide opportunities for advancement. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. So the Department of Planning and Development recommends that the proposed zoning change to plan development would be appropriate for the following reasons. Section 17.8.0104, the proposed plan development ensures a level of amenities appropriate to the nature and scale of the project, as evidenced by the design of the project, and the fact that the proposed design and the proposed uses are in context with the character of the adjacent properties and will meet the needs of the immediate community. And then Section 17-8-0904-A, Section 1, 2, 4, and 5, it promotes the safe and efficient circulation of pedestrians, cyclists, and motor vehicles. It promotes transit, pedestrian, and bicycle use, ensures accessibility for persons with disabilities, and minimizes conflicts with existing traffic patterns in the vicinity, as evidenced by the site's close proximity to public transit in the form of CTA bus lines along Western and 63rd Street, and a large queuing area for trucks entering the facility from 63rd Street to prevent trucks from queuing up 63rd or up Western Avenue. And it ensures that the design of the site works within the confines of the current existing traffic patterns at the site and creates little or no adverse impact to those patterns. Based on the foregoing, it is a recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application for plan development be approved, and that the recommendation to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards be passed, passage recommended. I would be remiss to mention that Alderman Stephanie Coleman is present, I believe, still present, and
I am.
Thank you.
Great. Do the commissioners, welcome Alderwoman. I'll call on you in just a bit here. Thank you for being here. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff or the applicant? Let's see here. I'm not seeing any hands.
Alderman,
Okay.
this Commissioner, I mean, I'm
Oh, yeah,
sorry.
I'm sorry, there it is. Commissioner Villegas, forgive me.
No.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just like to say that, you know, a lot of times in the Planning Commission, we see these nice, sexy projects and stuff like that. But this is exciting to see that CSX, one of the 6 Class 1 railroads that are located in Illinois and specifically in Chicago, are making an investment in Chicago as we continue to be the hub of the nation. CSX has been a good corporate partner in the city of Chicago, and I've enjoyed a longstanding relationship with Mr. Livingston from my days at Department of Transportation and with the CREATE project. And so this is a very exciting project, and really appreciate the investment in the city of Chicago. And congratulations to my colleague, Alderman Coleman, for working with CSX on this project. But this is definitely the projects that I love to see, because these are huge job creators and continue to lay stake to the fact that we are the transportation hub of the nation. So I'm gonna be supporting this project enthusiastically. I know it's not as sexy as the other projects, but this is just a great project for the city of Chicago.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. You know, and one of the things I think, because of our important role to the nation and to the world as this hub, it's going to be important for us to think in a coordinated way about the location of these various logistic facilities. You know, in this particular one, it looks like we're not going to have impacts on residential areas, but I think in others that we've seen or that have been passed, I guess, in previous years, there are huge impacts on neighborhoods. So I think this is not so much specific to this one as it is a general call to DPD and to various related agencies to think comprehensively about the location of these logistics centers and ways to protect the neighborhoods from the negative impacts. Because even though the freight reduces the number of trucks coming into the city, we still then have the number of trucks that then come out of the facility that have the potential to impact. And so my question is I think you covered it in your presentation, but I want to hear a little bit more about the ingress and egress and the movement of trucks in and out of the site.
Sure, Commissioner, thank you very much. We have a situation here where this project is more about efficiency than expansion at a great degree. We have only so much throughput. So in this particular case, we're talking about at a peak time per day, 160 plus trucks that would go into the facility. The peak time would be in the midday based on our calculations, and that would be about 12 trucks per hour at the peak. So it's not a heavy situation. We also have proposed to install, as we have at the terminal here, an X gate, which is like open road tolling. Basically, a truck now pulls through and is quickly taken through the terminal to its drop spot. And that used to take several hours, actually, and a lot of queuing onto our entryways and other supportive streets. So we really do try to reduce the transit time for us, and that has the ancillary benefit. So we're talking about that kind of volume, about at the peak 12 trucks an hour midday.
Okay, thank you. I have, I guess, another quick question about the landscaping. So the pictures are very lovely. And I think this is a problem not so specific to you all, but to really any of these developments to come forward with extensive landscaping. How will that be maintained? Will it be maintained? Do we have a commitment from you that 5 years from now, it will look as nice as those renderings depict?
Yes, Madam Chairwoman, that's part of our responsibility to maintain the foliage, the trees, the landscaping. We have an existing entryway at 2101 West 59th Street, which is quite nice, sloping landscape, and the trees have matured. And so that's really been a nice amenity, greens up the 59th Street corridor. But that is on us to maintain.
Great, thank you for that commitment. Okay, now Alderwoman Coleman, we're happy that you're here. I'm going to turn to you next, and then I understand that we have a representative for Alderman Lopez, Hugo Lopez. So first, let me turn to you, Alderman Coleman. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. To my colleagues, Chairman Tunney and Chairman Villegas, I am just excited to have this expansion, this efficient project, as Mr. Livingston mentioned, housed back in the 16th Ward. And what's so special about this is almost a full circle moment, because I remember the planning meetings in 1998 when I was just about 8 or 10 years old, and seeing how CXX has stayed the local hiring back then, and how 22 years later, we are back as a freshman rookie alderman, and to have the CXX team under Tom Livingston's leadership once again, and the commitment of local hiring and the beautiful landscaping. And Madam Chairwoman, you and I are both, I think we love beautiful things, and our less, but beautiful landscaping, architectural landscaping right there on 63rd Street. And what's also special about this project, if I may, is bridging the gap between the Black and Brown community right there at 63rd, no longer dividing Inglewood from Chicagoland, but really showing the unity and the opportunities of minority participation right there on 63rd Street. So I just, again, thank you all, Chairman Tunney and Villegas, for your wisdom and questions that I had. Thank you, Tom and the team, John Malloy and the entire zoning. This has just been a pleasure, and I cannot wait until this vision becomes reality and we're all at the groundbreaking for this new expansion.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alderwoman. Now, do I understand that Hugo Lopez from Alderman Lopez's office is here to speak?
Yes. Good morning, everyone. This is Hugo Lopez here on behalf of 15th Ward Alderman Raymond Lopez. Thank you to the commission, and it's great to see you, Mr. Tom Livingston. The Alderman is in full support of this project. CSX has been an integral partner in the West Inglewood community of the 15th Ward, and it is just really good to see the expansion of this facility in a responsible way, taking into account the community's points and concerns and implementing them into the design and flow of this project. So on behalf of Alderman Lopez, we are so proud to see this and the positive impact it will have on the community. And to our neighbor to the east and the west, Alderman Coleman in the 16th Ward, kudos to the leadership in getting this for the community, since it definitely impacts both wards. And with that, thank you again.
Great, thank you so much. Appreciate it, your representation here. So we do have, I'm going to turn now to see if any of the commissioners have any additional questions for staff or the alderman. Commissioner Cox.
Yes, I just wanted to again add my compliments, first of all, to CSX and Mr. Livingston and his team that has worked really diligently with the Alderman's office and with my team, John and our landscape professional, Ron and Noah, to really understand how you can make these transportation and logistics areas an attraction and an opportunity to beautify the neighborhood. And I think they took very seriously our recommendations to create to make this a green storage container site that people will actually look at and maybe receive some delight by passing by a place that effectively is storing containers. So I think they've been incredibly diligent of all view corridors, even from the Western Avenue side, that if someone goes to the supermarket, they will see a healthy screening. So they are inevitably, even areas that they don't have frontage on to directly, they've been very sensitive to what the vehicular and pedestrian experience might be. So I think it's an example of them taking real responsibility for the larger context. We've even talked to them about off-site improvements to the viaduct, which are ongoing, but also very promising. But I think these type of industries are core to Chicago's identity, and that there's a way to make them really be a contributor on all levels, from the hiring to their ability to beautify neighborhoods, is a wonderful accomplishment. And I just want to thank everyone involved for their patience to getting us here.
So Commissioner Moore and Commissioner Lyons both have questions. And then Mr. Gaynor, I'm going to have a question for you on an ex parte ruling and whether or not Commissioner Cox, because he met with the parties, may need to recuse himself on this item. All right, let me go and turn to you, Commissioner Moore, followed by Commissioner Lyons.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I just wanted to say, I don't really have a question. I just wanted to acknowledge the project and how wonderful it is. And I also wanted to say that I was actually hired as the neighborhood director of West Inglewood in 1998 and was part of that CSX. I remember when they first came to the community. And I don't want to put anybody on the spot right now, but at some point I would like to hear what happened to the $1 per container that was supposed to come to the community that was part of the original deal back then in 1998. So at some point I would really just like to see what the investment has been. But I admire this project and I applaud Alderman Coleman on this project.
Thank you, Commissioner Moore. Commissioner Lyons.
Thank you. No, thank you everyone for the work on this project. And I did appreciate it. I think it was Mr. Adelson's mentioning the types and quality of the jobs that would be created, and was hoping maybe we could speak a little bit more to what the community can expect in terms of the quality of the jobs that will be created by this project, in terms of wages and benefits and who what the might look like of the permanent workforce.
Sure. Well, let's see. On the first count, the Neighborhood Improvement Fund is still in place, and that really is something, a great partnership with the Department of Planning and the local leadership, the aldermen, alderwomen in the area. So that is now 20 years into its existence, and would be happy to help find information about uses. That's mostly directed by you all at the city, who know best in terms of how to invest. On the job front, we've got everything here from crane operators to dispatch. What else do we have here, Jana, in terms of job types in general?
We have spotter truck drivers, we have CSX intermodal employees, we have clerical positions that are union positions, as well as management positions here. and they do anything from assisting, as much as we like to say some of it's automated, there's still some manual intervention. They assist with that, keep good track of inventory in the yard, make sure the trains get built, depart on time, arrive on time, get them out of the crossings, things like that. So there's actually quite a bit of work that goes into that. We have people that work and do track maintenance, maintenance for the chassis that come in and out here for the tires. So there's a wide variety of sources for people to be employed here.
And the other thing is we have non-CSX vendors on this property that show up every day as if it's their place of work. And just yesterday, I spoke to one of them about, I'm going to connect with them because sometimes they're hiring more than we are in terms of truck drivers. And that's the variety of jobs, Commissioner. I don't know if that helps give a sense.
Thank you. Yeah, that's helpful. I was sort of curious if you'd have a general wage scale or sort of what those jobs might look like for maybe on the range of the different types.
We can follow up with wage scale, but it's competitive. It ranges, depends on the union class and job category, but we'd like to be competitive.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the question, Commissioner Lyons. Commissioner Gaynor, we know that in our roles as voting members of the Plan Commission, we are not allowed to talk to any party without other potential party, with all other parties being present. Do we need for Commissioner Cox to recuse himself on the vote on this item?
I appreciate the question, Madam Chair. I think this is just my short answer is no. My long answer is, this is a byproduct of the City Council determining that when it set up the Plan Commission, that there would be ex officio members of the Plan Commission. So I don't really see, in essence, I don't see a difference between Commissioner Cox talking with the developer as compared to members of his staff talking with the developer. I'd say the same thing for Department of Transportation, Park District.
They normally recuse themselves when an item is, let's say, from Parks and Rec or from Transportation comes through. They'll recuse themselves.
If they're the applicant, but here the department, the administration is not the applicant. CSS is the applicant, and as part of the process is that the developer does communicate with the department, be it from Noah on up to Patrick on up to Commissioner Cox. The same with if it was a transportation related question, the same with Bill and Karen all the way up to Commissioner Biaggi. So I understand the question, but I think it's really just a byproduct of the council putting ex officio members on the Plan Commission. Yes, if the applicant was the administration, then definitely the lead city department should recuse itself, be it transportation or planning, or if the applicant was the CTA or the Park District.
Okay, so your answer basically tells us that it's a structural issue.
Yes.
And I see that, but I think just for the record, I think it is something we should be aware of and mindful about, because ex parte guarantees that all parties have access to any conversations that go on related to a particular project if they're a voting member making a decision on it. So I do want to make sure that's noted for the record. Sure. So with no additional questions, do I have a motion on the proposed plan development submitted by CSX Transportation INC for the property generally located at 2240 West 63rd Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved by Commissioner Biaggi.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Second by Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Commissioner Moore. Commissioner Brumfeld.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
Commissioner Biaggi.
Yep.
Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Flores.
Yes.
Commissioner Garza.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Kelly, have you made it back yet?
I'm here, Chair. Yes.
Fantastic. Commissioner Lyons?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Commissioner Searle?
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw?
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney? He's juggling.
Tunney is a yes.
Okay, I know you're juggling multiple meetings. Commissioner Villegas?
Yes.
Commissioner Wagaspak?
Yes.
Great. The motion passes. Congratulations. The next item on the agenda is a proposed development submitted by Praia Management Group LLC for the property generally located at 862-868 North Orleans Street. The applicant is proposing to rezone the property from C1-2 Neighborhood Commercial District to DX-5 Downtown Mixed Use District, and then to a business plan development. The property is proposed to be improved with a 9-story mixed-use building with an overall height of 109 feet 10 inches, containing ground floor retail space and 66 hotel rooms on the floors above. The planned development will contain 1 loading berth. The applicant will be using the Neighborhood Opportunity Fund bonus to increase the allowable FAR floor area ratio from the base 5.0 to a maximum of 6.4. This is in the 27th Ward. Heidi Sperry will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal. Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Heidi Sperry with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant appears here today because they are proposing to rezone the property from C12, which is the Neighborhood Commercial District, to a DX5 Downtown Mixed Use District prior to establishing a planned development to construct a 9-story mixed-use building with an overall height of approximately 109 feet. The building will contain ground floor retail space and 66 hotel rooms on the floors above. The site is located in the near North Side community area, and it is situated on the west side of North Orleans Street, approximately midway between Chestnut and Locust Streets in the 27th Ward. The site is located within the boundaries of the near North sub-area as defined under the Central Area Action Plan of 2009, which classifies this area as a vibrant entertainment and tourist district. The proposal before you supports the stated objectives of the Central Area Action Plan. The applicant has reviewed the proposal with numerous city agencies and has consulted the local community organization, the Near North Unity Program. Feedback received has resulted in enhancements to the project, including a more generous pedestrian space at the ground floor level and the use of high-quality exterior finishes on all elevations. The Near North Unity Program has conveyed a letter of support for the proposal, which is on file. The rectangular shaped lot of the subject site is currently vacant. It is well served by public transportation, and it is located approximately 656 feet northwest of the CTA's Chicago Brown and Purple Line stop. It is also situated on the Sedgwick bus route. Its proximity to public transit also supports the proposed hotel use in this location. As previously mentioned, the site is currently zoned C12, and the applicant proposes to rezone the site to DX5 prior to establishing the planned development. The applicant will be using the neighborhood opportunity bonus to modestly increase the allowable floor area ratio from the base of 5 to 6.4. The surrounding zoning districts in the immediate area are C12, B25, and planned developments 1241 and 1281. The surrounding land uses are primarily residential and commercial. On the left of the screen, you'll see the existing pedestrian context along North Orleans Street. And on the right, you'll see the same view of the pedestrian level view, showing the proposed project in the context of the street. Finally, this image shows the project, which is seen here in the center of the slide, in the context of the surrounding area. Now I will turn the presentation over to Scott Allman, the project architect, who will provide further details on the proposal. Scott?
Heidi, thank you. Can everyone hear me, first of all?
We can.
Thank you. As Heidi said, my name is Scott Allman. I'm a principal with Ethos Workshop Architects. We are the architect of record for the project. And I will walk you through a few slides, generally showing the design and context. Following me will be Lacey Hoskins, who is our sustainability advisor for the project, as well as Nick Vatikas, our legal counsel. Next slide, please. First, the site plan for the project shows, again, the rectangular site that Heidi mentioned with the building located centrally and slightly to the east. We have a pedestrian area on the east side on Orleans Street, which includes a setback that I will speak to a little bit later, as well as service areas on the west side, including trash enclosure and a second entry, as well as means of egress for the project. It's worth noting that the west area of the site is fronted by a 10-foot public alleyway. Next. Briefly, the plans, and I'll walk you up through the building, starting from the basement, which is on your left. There's a partial basement on the site, functioning primarily for storage and utilitarian purposes for the building. There will be utility services coming into this level, public restroom facilities, and laundry facilities for the hotel. On the first floor, which is on your right in this slide, you see in the light buff color the hotel entry at the south corner, hotel lobby, elevator lobby, and limited admin areas. On the right, in the darker buff color, is the retail space, which we anticipate to be a commercial restaurant use. Next. Levels 2 and 3 generally begin to represent the same floor plan that resides on levels 2 through 8 for the hotel, which generally speaking is 10 guest rooms per floor with a central elevator and stair core. It's worth noting that on the east side of the building, which is predominantly the better views for the guests, on the north and south, we do have balcony hotel rooms, creating a variety of hotel rooms throughout the project. Next slide. Again, so 2 through 7 are basically the same footprint. And again, as Heidi noted, there are 66 keys for this hotel. The 8th floor provides a minimal variation to that by providing 2-room suites and balconies on the west as well, again, to add variety to the floor plate. The 9th floor, which is essentially the rooftop, and you can see on the right of this slide, encompasses a outdoor public area for the restaurant, as well as an outdoor public area for the hotel, public restrooms, and a independent kitchen to service the restaurant use at this 9th floor level. Next slide. The roof plan, just for context, to show that on the east side of the building, which is the bottom in this slide, the restaurant outdoor area is intended to be a covered area, making it more useful throughout the year, while the west outdoor patio would remain open to the sky. Next slide. Here are the elevations. On your right is the east or the front elevation. On your left is the south elevation. It's worth noting that, as Heidi mentioned, in working with DPD and the owners, we have developed a design which incorporates true finished materials on all 4 sides in a quality brick masonry. And you can see as well that the building clearly has a more traditional approach of a base, middle, and top, although with some modernist touches and development of the design. Next slide, please. Here you can see on the right the west elevation, as well as the north elevation. Same with materiality, and it's worth noting that the west elevation, although facing what may be considered a less public side, it was important for the owners as well as us to make sure that this was not a forgotten facade and that it has generally the same characteristic and development and attention to detail that the east or more public side does. Next slide. In terms of materiality, again, the building predominantly is a full bed veneer exterior finish, which is a dark charcoal brick, as you see portrayed here. There are areas of cast stone, including the base of the building and cornices as you go up at the top of the base and again at the top of the parapet. We do have some metal panels, which would be finished in a dark gray, providing horizontal breaks as you go up the floors. And at the roof, a painted steel canopy to cover the outdoor eating area. Next slide. I will generally run through these slides fairly quick. As Heidi mentioned, we have worked well with DPD and with the owners to ensure that the project satisfies and really enhances this community and the guidelines that are established to promote safe efficiency and so forth. And as this is on a major thoroughfare for North Orleans and a pedestrian street as well, we did pay attention to a number of things that I will highlight. Next slide. Promoting transit, pedestrian, and bicycle use. Obviously, this is a major thoroughfare. As a hotel use, we don't anticipate the need for significant user parking, and as has been mentioned by another petitioner today, there will be certainly the use of Uber and other transit services to bring guests to and from the hotel. That said, we are providing bicycle parking at the rear of the development lot, which, although we don't expect much in terms of guest use for that, certainly could be useful for staff use. Next slide. Certainly, accessibility is a critical role, particularly in hotel uses. We do have accessible entrances and egresses at the ground floor, both for the hotel as well as the retail component. Next slide. Again, emergency access, equally critical. We do have that both in front on Orleans Street as well as provided on the west by the 10-foot alley and the space behind the building, which is accessible to all emergency vehicles. Next slide. Although no parking is required for the project, the owner and developer has secured a means for providing public parking for those who need it in adjacent lots. And I won't go into the details of the metrics, but in general, there is more than sufficient parking within walking distance of this site, and the owner and operator will have agreements with these lots to provide spaces for those guests that do need it. Next slide. And then again, just in terms of the urban design character and context, a few things we'll note at the ground floor pedestrian level. We have gone to great lengths to create a more friendly and more desirable pedestrian experience, largely by recessing or setting back the ground floor from the street front by about 6 feet. If you're familiar with this area of North Orleans Street, you will know that it's a very narrow sidewalk of about 7 feet in these block areas. And so we've increased that by an additional 5 to 6 feet to provide a 12 to 13 foot setback from the curb in front of the hotel and the retail restaurant use here. This was something that was suggested and thought about by NNUP, and which we embraced here with the owner and the design team, really to make a more gracious mid-block experience here on North Orleans. Next slide. You can see as well here at the base that there's significant glazed area supporting the retail and hotel lobby uses here. And that is carried up vertically throughout the tower in a very nice vertical expression. And you can see the clear glazing at the ground floor, which may include operable and openings for the restaurant use once that user is determined. Next slide. Is that, oh, I'm sorry, there you go. Okay, thank you. As a mid-block development, it was certainly important to us to make sure that we're contextual and blending well with our neighbors, as this is a zero lot line development. And as such, we tried to maintain scale and appropriateness with the two buildings which are to the north and south of us. And we feel that the datums that have established at the pedestrian level with the adjacent buildings are, very much make this contextual, and we believe it will fit in quite nicely. Next slide. Building orientation and massing and the transitions, again, we're providing what's appropriate on the public side, which is really the Orleans side in terms of an active street front, while allowing all the service areas to exist behind the building on the west. Next slide. And again, you can see just generally the context against the other taller buildings that have been built in this area. at 9 stories, and frankly, it's really 8 stories up to the top of the parapet. So the visual parapet that you see here, which is the top cornice, is 95 feet. And then the bulk of the 9th floor core and shell is what takes you up to 105 feet, but that's really not visible as a parapet from the street itself. Next slide. High rise, we really just addressed that. Again, this has a clear delineation of sort of base, middle, top design theory, and what we feel is a really contemporary take on a Chicago expression. And you can see in the rendering here as well the balconies that create unique hotel experiences among other properties in the area. Next slide. Open space and landscaping. I will note just anecdotally, there is no landscape requirement for this project due to the zoning. That said, the owner does intend, as you can see depicted here in the rendering, to provide landscaping that is more a part of the project rather than street trees and so forth, which again are not required under the code for this location. Next slide. At this point, I will turn it over to Lacey, who will just briefly address our sustainability program for the project. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Lacey Hoskins. I'm with Novo Sustainability, and I'm working with the team to define and verify compliance with the Sustainable Development Policy Program requirements. At the start of the project, we evaluated all of the potential paths to compliance, reviewing the certification options and prescriptive path, and ultimately the path that we chose is to obtain WELL certification with several of the prescriptive options. So you can see from this slide, we are targeting a 10% reduction in energy from code, which we plan to accomplish through the use of lighting controls, energy efficient LED lighting, and an air-cooled VRF system with heat recovery. We anticipate a 25% reduction in water consumption through specifying and installing low flow and low flush fixtures throughout the building. As already mentioned, the site is convenient to public transit with just a 50-foot walk to CTA bus line number 37, and is under a quarter-mile walk to the Chicago brown and purple lines. To facilitate and promote the use of public transit and biking, we will be including bike racks per the policy guidelines. And lastly, working with our general contractor, we have a construction waste diversion management plan outlining how we will be able to meet an 80% waste diversion threshold. So all of these strategies combined together total the required 100 points to meet the Sustainable Development Policy Program requirements. And next slide, please.
Nick, are you with us today?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Nick, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Again, Nick Fatikas, F-T-I-K-A-S for the record. Just to summarize briefly, we've worked with Alderman Burnett's office and the Near North Unity program for a little over a year now on the proposed development. We are complying with, or committed to comply with the 26/6 and 50% hiring. We've also already put our general contractor, in this case it's Pepper Construction, in contact with Alderman Burnett's office so that as hiring becomes available or becomes, we go into that phase, we have a lead on local hiring from the 27th Ward specifically. And we are, as both Heidi and Scott mentioned, we are making a contribution to the Downtown Opportunity Fund in order to gain 1.4 points of FAR for our development. So again, from a technical zoning perspective, not only does the building exceed the 80-foot threshold, but it also triggers the bonus, and that's why we're before the Plan Commission seeking to establish a plan development for the development. I believe that concludes the applicant's case in chief. If there are any questions, our team would be happy to answer those questions now.
And Madam Chair, if I can just present the department's recommendations. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposed business plan development is, of course, compatible with the character of their surrounding area in terms of its uses, density, and building scale. It is also compatible with the surrounding zoning. And finally, the proposal would be adequately served by the existing public infrastructure facilities. Based on the foregoing, it's the recommendation of the Department of Planning and Development that this application for business plan development be approved and recommended to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as passage recommended. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Berry. So Alderman Burnett, is this part of why you're singing the great comeback? Would you like to comment?
Yeah, sure. Definitely, this is one of them. And I'm like the other alderman, I'm in another committee meeting. But the this development, if I'm not mistaken, was proposed early on, did not need to go to the Plan Commission. I think planning asked it to come back and do a different zoning. I think that actually caused them to have to pay into the downtown fund. You know, they went to the community, which is an Inner Unity program. Inner Unity program approved their project. I've asked the contractor, which is Pepper Construction, to joint venture with a minority contractor. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's Brown and Moman. Is that right?
I believe that's correct, Alderman. Yes.
Yeah, so they joint venture with Brown and Moman, which is a good minority contractor, been around for a long time. And we also are working with them on trying to hire folks from the community. I have so many of these things going on and they take so long to happen. I can't remember everything, but is this the brother and sister development?
Yes, it is.
Okay, yeah, so this is a brother and sister proposal that's doing this. And so like I said, they had an initial proposal. They had to go back and redo it because of trying to comply with planning's wishes. So I appreciate their patience. I know it has cost them a little more money because the first project was approved. And, you know, I think this is going to be great for the community. You know, it's going to be economic development. And I think this is a good thing. It's a win-win for our neighborhood. Folks are going to get jobs. Minority contractors are going to get contracts. People are going to be able to work in a hotel also. And yes, this is just a, you know, this is telling us that things are still happening in the city of Chicago. This is not the only hotel that's being proposed in our ward. We're going to have several others that's coming to the Plan Commission, along with several other developments that's coming to the table. So the city is still moving forward. I think this is great. I'm happy that we're able to get this done so that this brother and sister can go ahead and make their dreams come true. So community support this, I support it. I ask for the committee support also.
Thank you very much, Alderman. Commissioner Searle, followed by Commissioner Wagasbuck.
One thing I didn't hear was, is there metered parking along this area of Orleans right now? And if so, will there be some designated drop-off space in front of the hotel? Because it's, you know, it is a busy street. It's a feeder to the expressway, and I know it's a little bit further away, but just want to make sure we know that we don't have, you know, congestion with drop-offs and Ubers and all those things.
So I can respond initially, and definitely if a member of the development team would like to speak further onto this, the area situated on Orleans in front of the hotel main entrance will function as a loading area with the intention of drop-offs being focused in this location. As to not interfere or conflict with the bus stop that is located a little bit further north on Orleans.
So Heidi, how many cars would that accommodate in that drop-off area? Is that like 2 or 3 or?
I'm going to call on Scott Allman. Scott, do you have the queuing data for the number of cars that can be accommodated in the loading zone on Orleans?
Yeah, thank you, Heidi. And I appreciate the question. There was actually a traffic study done for this early on, which I do believe is part of the record. To the point of queuing, just specifically before I answer that, it's worth noting that in the middle of the site today, there is actually a curb cut. The site as a vacant lot today serves as a parking lot. And so there's a curb cut on Orleans today, which actually prevents any parking in this area now. As Heidi alluded to, there is, I believe, metered parking further to the north. There's a bus loading and bus stop as well on this block. So on the southbound lane, there is not as much metered parking, certainly as there is on the northbound lane, which by default makes it a little bit less dense in terms of the traffic being at the curb itself. Having said that, we do anticipate probably 2 to 3 drop-off queuing locations before you would get to a point where you're interacting with the bus stop. But again, we're closing off the curb cut that's there. There will be no more metered parking inserted in front of that, so it will remain open. And we've presented that, and it has been approved by CDOT at this point.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Wagespot, did you still want it? Yeah, Commissioner Wagespot.
Yes, ma'am. This is maybe a question for Commissioner Cox. Just looking at the frontage there, Mr. Allman mentioned that there's no requirements for landscape, so it looks more like decor than any landscaping. When we have a building like this and we don't seem to be able to have any landscaping put in despite the slight setback to increase the width of the sidewalk, do we look at improving the percentages of the other sustainability aspects when we sort of write off the landscaping aspect? And maybe Mr. Allman can answer that too.
Yeah, I'll simply, and thank you for the question. I'll simply say, as much as we did look at the landscape, as you've alluded to, what's really driving it here is the nominal depth of the existing sidewalk on Orleans Street, which is about 7 feet. And although we are increasing that after the 7 feet, you're actually on the property for the development. So the city right-of-way property is still held at the 7 feet of the public sidewalk. So we couldn't really put trees in the typical Chicago way onto the development itself. And per the standards, there just is not enough room in the 7 foot right-of-way to do it there. In terms of the decor, as you call it, again, the owner and the developer certainly are interested in creating as welcoming and as green a entry sequence as they can, and we do expect them to do that. Relative to the question of, is there an offset with other sustainability? I'm not really sure. I mean, I don't have a good answer for that, and maybe that's something that could be looked at, or maybe Heidi has a better response to. But certainly from the aesthetic point of view and the practicality of it, we do want that to be as, without the street trees that you would commonly see, as green and as welcoming an environment as possible.
Yeah, it looked like a difficult spot to do anything, but that's why when Heidi mentioned, there was the well building aspect of it. I was just curious to see if you say, well, we can't put in any trees, we can't do any permeable surface there, but what else can we do to improve on our sustainability? And it looked like the sustainability aspect was meeting the minimal requirements as well. So I don't know if that was something somebody could answer.
Alderman, this is Heidi Sperry for the record. There is no offset. The two function independently of each other. So to answer your question concisely, no. But the project is meeting the sustainability requirement.
Okay. That's fine. Thank you. Appreciate the answers. Thank you, Chairwoman.
I'm not hearing anything.
I'm sorry, I was having big connection issues. I'm not sure what went on while I was gone.
Chairwoman, it's Commissioner Wagasbeck. I just asked a couple questions on landscaping and finished up. So
Okay,
was throwing it back to you or whoever might be next.
Okay, so I can you hear me now?
We can.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. So you probably didn't hear me then call for a motion. You know, and I just finished saying to myself, I knew I might have connection problems today, and I was just saying to myself, oh, how great! It looks like everything's going smoothly. And then no sooner did I think that, but bam, I was knocked out. In any case, let me ask.
Chairwoman, I'll make a motion to pass Chairman Wagasbeck. I mean, Commissioner Wagasbeck.
Thank you, Commissioner Wagasbeck. Do I have a second?
Second by Commissioner Shaw.
Commissioner Shaw, thank you. And let me, it's going to take me a second now to get back to, all right, to the roll call. So I'm going to kind of readjust this list, Noah, and go to Commissioner Biaggi first. She's first alphabetically. Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes.
Then Commissioner Brumfeld.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett.
I have to recuse myself.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I guess I knew that. Sorry. Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Commissioner Flores?
Yes.
Commissioner Garza?
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly?
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons? Commissioner, oh, I think she recused herself also.
Recusal, yes.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Commissioner Moore?
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Commissioner Novata, has she joined us yet? I think it was going to be afternoon before she came and joined us. Commissioner Dreas?
Yes.
Commissioner Searle?
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw?
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney?
Yes.
Commissioner Villegas?
Yes.
And Commissioner Wagasbuck?
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you all so much for hanging in there with me, and congratulations to the developer, and particularly for your continued commitment to the city of Chicago.
Thank you.
The
Thank
next
you.
item on the
you.
agenda is a proposed business plan development submitted by Skyfall Owner LLC for the property generally located at 1020 North Elston Avenue. The applicant proposes to rezone the property from PMD-2 Planned Manufacturing District to a business plan development to allow light equipment sales and rental to be established as a permitted use to allow the leasing of vehicles at the existing site. No other changes are proposed as a result of this application. This also is in the 27th Ward. Joshua Sun will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal.
Hey, good morning. For the record, my name is Josh Sun.
And Joshua, can you be sure that you speak up this time so we can hear
Yes.
you more clearly?
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I'm trying a different thing where I don't have my, can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, this is, actually it is an improvement. Thank you.
Okay, great. For the record, my name is Josh Sun with the Department of Planning and Development. This proposed development is generally located at 1020 North Elston Avenue and is located within the Westtown community area within the 27th Ward. The applicant, Skyfall Owner LLC, and their development team appear here today for the purposes of establishing a business plan development at the subject site. The request is being submitted as a mandatory plan development application pursuant to the provisions of the Chicago zoning ordinance, Title 17 of the Municipal Code of Chicago, due to the fact that the applicant seeks to establish a business plan development to allow for light equipment sales and rental as a permitted use within the PMD2 planned manufacturing district. The subject site is located in the central planning region in the Westtown community area, where almost 38% of people take transit to work, almost 11% walk or bike to work, and about 6% carpool. Over a quarter of the land in the area is used for transportation or other, according to cmap.illinois.gov. This illustrates an aerial of the existing conditions. Note its proximity to industrial areas and its immediate surroundings, along with its close proximity to Goose Island, located here, the river, the railroad, and the highway. This sort of figure ground shows the existing buildings in the area surrounding the subject site, some of which has been infilled, but much of the missing teeth remains and is contributed to the railroad, which is not displayed, which you can sort of see here, the lines of the buildings, and the industrial land currently in use today. This provides a zoning context for the subject site. It is located within PMD-2 Planned Manufacturing District and adjacent to other similar uses such as the Fletcher Jones Service Center for Mercedes-Benz and Audi. The subject property also abuts areas zoned B2-3, neighborhood mixed use, that are themselves surrounded by M3-3 zoned areas or heavy industry. As you can see here, these are the zones, and then this is the manufacturing industry. Here's another perspective that better showcases surrounding land uses, with the following slides providing additional views. So you can see North Elston Avenue here, this is Augusta, and this is Cortez. This is a view looking southwest along, this is North Elston, again Cortez, and Augusta. This is a pedestrian perspective looking west. In the foreground, this is a protected bike lane. And then this is a pedestrian view looking east. As you can see, this is the service center that I previously mentioned across the street. And from here, I believe the applicant will take over.
Thank you, Josh. For the record, Katie Janke-Dale from DLA Piper. I represent the applicant in this matter. Excuse me, great. This is a relatively technical amendment. There are no physical changes to the site proposed. We are just adding the sales and leasing of vehicles so that the existing tenant, which is Lyft, can lease cars to its drivers. With me today are Jeff Shapak from the property owner and applicant, as well as Carlos Correa from Lyft. Although it's a technical amendment, we did reach out to the community, initially meeting with the neighbors of River West on June 30th, 2020. They hosted a community meeting in August at which the neighbors, or those who attended, took a vote, and as a result supported the project. And we have received letters of support from not only the neighbors of River West, but also from the Racine Triangle Association, which is the local neighborhood group, as well as North Branch Works. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeff Shapak, who will quickly run through the site plan. Jeff?
Thank you, Katie. Hello, or good afternoon, Commission. My name is Jeff Shapak with Shapak Partners. For the record, we are looking at a site plan of the ground floor of the building. It is only a single-story structure. It was an existing building that we acquired. Oh, I'm sorry, my video is not on. And I believe that it's showing Commissioner Cox, but I'll continue. Hopefully that means you guys can hear me.
No, we can see and hear you. Thank you very much.
Perfect, thank you. It was an existing structure that we acquired. The former owner was a taxi cab company who had owned the property for more than 20 years. There were roughly 450 cabs littered across the two parking lots, the building, and all up and down West Cortez Street from east to west, west being the embankment of the Metra and Union Pacific Trail lines and some city property. We spent a significant amount of time after we acquired the building. It took us approximately 6 months. I would like to be on record as thanking a number of people who supported us and helped us along the way, which include Alderman Burnett and his ward office, CDOT, as well as we worked closely with the Cara Foundation and Clean Slate, and we hired Clean Slate to clean up what had been about a 20-year plus mess of Cortez Street, of dilapidated taxi cabs to the tune of almost 200 lining the street that were left behind when we acquired it. And it took us a long time to clean up that mess. We are very proud of that cleanup because it was 20 years of fly dumping of just an enormous mess in the back. There was also a lot going on back there because it's not a well-traveled street. That was not in the best interest of the city of Chicago. And by our cleaning it up and working with those that I've mentioned, we were able to make it a much better looking as well as safer environment. Our neighbors directly to our south, which in this site plan is to the left because we're actually looking west in this, not north. Those neighbors attended our neighborhood meeting and are very grateful of the work that we did and continue to do with the Care Foundation and Clean Slate on keeping that mess clean along Cortez Street. The property itself is a 56,000 square foot piece of land. It has a building which is 22,500 square feet. It too was in basic disrepair. It's a beautiful old bow truss building. Before we began our work to deliver the building to lift with landlord work complete in the summer of 2018, we did host what feels like in a different world, something called Happy Place, which was a pop-up museum that we hosted inside of the building for 3 months in the summer of 18, which was a big success both for us on utilizing the building while it was vacant before we began construction, as well as for Happy Place to entertain thousands of young kids and adults who were able to cost effectively buy tickets and walk through 13 rooms of a pop-up museum. We also worked with Alderman Burnett in his office in order to bring many kids from within the ward, Ward 27, to walk it through a nonprofit at no cost to them so they and their parents could also enjoy this pop-up museum. The 22,500 square foot building has been restored. We spent time and money on the tuck pointing of the building and cleaning up the brick and bringing it back to its what I'll call original condition. It is a brand new roof. It is a brand new, in the front bow truss portion, it is a brand new skylight. So we replaced all of the glass with a lightweight polycarbonate glass that also has some, I'm trying to think of the word, but basically it allowed for more shading for within the space. Again, new roof, new HVAC equipment, and then cleaning up the parking lots that are adjacent to the building, which are part of our property. Please note that the front parking lot, which is right here. I don't know if my mouse, oh, it's not my mouse. Thank you, Josh, whoever's controlling. That parking lot is what is used by the Lyft drivers as well as visitors to the Lyft hub. They're able to enter off of Augusta, pull onto property, and then they book appointments and they're able to enter the Lyft hub from that side of the property. The back parking lot is also owned by us. That is under lease to Lyft, and that is where they are able to have any staff in the building park who work inside of the Lyft hub, as well as our request for them to be allowed to have leasing within the PD in this PMD. It allows them to also deliver the 20, 30 cars per month or per quarter. They don't know yet how many cars they will bring in. They know, they just have to kind of see how quickly, in light of what's going on, their drivers are ready and prepared to start leasing these cars. They've had great success with this around the United States. And certainly in light of the pandemic, they have many drivers who want the ability to lease these cars from Lyft in order to continue to be drivers with Lyft. Could we please go to the next slide? Thank you. These are just our elevations. Again, we put a lot of effort into what these windows look like, bringing it back to more of a warehouse style window. It's clear glass, although we did a certain way that in which we've created muttons and mullions, both on the inside and the outside, which make it feel like it's true divided light and it gives it the authenticity of a legitimate old warehouse building, which it was. And we have invested time and effort in doing that. When we turned the building over to Lyft, we did give our blessing, and of course they went and sought to find a local artist in order to paint a mural on 2 sides of the building, in addition to the work that we had done. Next slide, please. South elevations just showing existing openings that we had on the building that we restored, putting in new garage doors and new windows. Next slide, please. And then same thing with the east and the west elevations, rehabbing the building, cleaning it up. and making it what it looks like today. And then having a great tenant like Lyft, who in turn invested in the interior. We were fortunate enough pre-pandemic to do a ribbon cutting with Alderman Burnett and the neighbors of River West and neighbors adjacent to the property who attended. Alderman Burnett spoke. There was a lot of press at the ribbon cutting because it's Lyft, and it's very exciting that they have this Midwest hub here in Chicago in the 27th Ward. The alderman did the ribbon cutting with us at that opening. Next slide, please. Katie.
Thanks, Jeff. Katie Jenke-Dale for the record. Although there's no physical changes to the site, this does have the economic and community benefits of allowing Lyft to provide better driver support, which is all the more critical at this time. It also will keep Lyft in the community, and they've been a great community partner, especially in light of COVID, by donating PPE, hand sanitizer, soap, food, and also working with the city and the Cook County State's Attorney to allow to provide free rides to those experiencing domestic violence. Our entire team, including representatives from Lyft, are here today if you have any questions, but with that, I'll turn it back over to Josh. Thank you.
Great, thanks. So the Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant, and we've concluded that the proposed business plan development would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposed change to a business plan development is to accommodate light equipment sales and rental as a permitted use, and is consistent with the other zoning both adjacent to the site and in the immediate area. It promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of the existing neighborhood. So with that, please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application to establish a business plan development be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm not seeing questions coming from any of the commissioners. Before I call on Alderman Alderman Burnett to speak, I want to take note of our court reporter, Miss Barb Perkowicz. I just really appreciate always your stamina and your professionalism. So I just want to note that. Perkowicz. So Alderman Burnett.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is a project, as the councilor said, and the owner said, they did meet with the community organizations. Matter of fact, they went far and beyond meeting with different organizations and gotten everyone's approval. This developer has been a breath of fresh air to this development. This was one of the properties that we had to ticket all the time because of neglect and litter from cabs over there, and gotten several calls from neighbors who live right around there. So this, he has really cleaned it up and done a lot of things over there to benefit the community. This is a win-win for our community, for the city. It's a great developer, it does a great job. Lyft really wants to do a lot with the city of Chicago and in the neighborhood, and I'm happy to have them in our neighborhood. I ask for the committee's support on this project.
Thank you, Alderman. Do I have a motion on the proposed business plan development submitted by Skyfall Owner LLC for the property generally located at 1020 North Elston Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved. Commissioner Tunney.
Commissioner Shaw, seconded by Commissioner Tunney. Go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes.
Commissioner Brumfield.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett. Oh, sorry, he's recused. Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Flores. Commissioner Garza.
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly. Commissioner Kelly. Commissioner Lyons.
No.
Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Commissioner Searle.
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw.
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney.
Yes.
Commissioner Villegas.
Yes.
And Commissioner Wagasbach.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Navarra.
Oh, you did make it. Okay, the one
Yes.
time I did. All right, well, welcome. I know you had a busy morning. we're happy that you joined us, and you,
Thank you.
are a yes on that.
Yes.
So you've been here for a while. So the motion passes. Congratulations. The next item on the agenda is a proposed plan development submitted by Chicago 601 Randolph LLC for the property generally located at 601-611 West Randolph Street. The applicant is proposing to rezone the subject property from DX-7 Downtown Mixed Use District to business plan development. The applicant proposes to construct a 15-story office building with an overall height of 211 feet, containing 1,770 square feet of retail on the ground floor and office space on the floors above. The existing office building at 601 West Randolph will remain. No parking is provided. The applicant will be using the Neighborhood Opportunity Fund bonus to increase the allowable floor area ratio from the base 7.0 to a maximum of 11.5. And again, Ms. Sperry will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Heidi Sperry, and I'm with the Department of Planning and Development. The subject site is located in the near west community area of the 42nd Ward. According to CMAP community data for the area from 2020, approximately 41 residents in the community area work in the Loop or the near west side. Nearly 80% of the residents live in 1 to 2 person households, and just over 67% of the residents have a bachelor's degree or higher. This site is exceptionally well served by transit. It's located on the south side of West Randolph Street, as you can see in this image. It is roughly mid-block between North Jefferson Street and North Des Plaines Street. And in terms of proximity to the CTA Clinton stop, is approximately 565 feet and approximately 630 feet northwest of the Ogilvy Transportation Center. The area surrounding the site contains a mix of mid-rise loft buildings and glass and concrete high-rises. As seen in this image on the left, the lower left, the site is situated immediately west of the historic orange-rated 601 West Randolph building. This site is currently vacant, and it was previously served as a surface parking lot. The Central Area Action Plan of 2009 is the prevailing plan for this area, and it has established the goal of extending the Loop's high-density office core into this portion of the West Loop. With that goal in mind, the proposal before you supports this objective. Throughout the course of the review process and in response to the recommendations of Alderman Brendan Riley and the Department of Planning and Development, the applicant has made several modifications to the proposal that I want to highlight. These include the reduction of the height of the building from 239 feet to 211 feet, the elimination of a proposed school use, and the elimination of parking due to its close proximity to transit. Initially, the applicant proposed to dismantle the orange-rated building, which you can see in this rendering here, which exists immediately to the east of the subject site. The proposal was to dismantle this building and incorporate its facade into the design of the new tower. Hearing the city's concerns with this approach, the applicant revised their proposal to instead fully retain 601 West Randolph in its structural integrity and to redesign the tower to just slightly cantilever over the top of the historic building. This image shows the initial proposal on the left next to the current proposal, illustrating what I feel is the applicant's thoughtful response to the design feedback that it has received from the department and the alderman. Now I will call on Katrina McGuire, who is the attorney for the applicant, to provide additional details on the project. Katrina?
Thank you, Heidi. Appreciate it very much. Katrina McGuire from Thompson Coburn with offices at 55 East Monroe here on behalf of the applicant. Thank you for having us before the Plan Commission today. First off, before I introduce the group, I do want to extend my thanks to Heidi Sperry of DPD for working closely with us, and a special thanks to Alderman Riley and his office for working closely with us as well to bring this project before you today. I'm going to make just a brief introduction of our team and then turn this over to the project architect. We'll all then be available for questions that the Plan Commission might have. With me today are Jaime Michon, Saul Sutton, and Ark Latt from Vista Property Group, who are the developers of the site, Joanne Tunovich and Patrick Cusack of Antunovich Associates, who are the project architects, Alex Panici of Skender Construction, who's the general contractor, and Luea Buna from KLOA, who's our traffic consultant. With that, I'll turn this over to Patrick to run through the presentation.
Thank you, Katrina. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Katrina. Thank you, Heidi. And again, thank you to the Alderman's office for all your helpful input. Good afternoon, Plan Commission members. Thank you for your time today and being able to present this project to you. My name is Patrick Cusack. I am a principal with Antunovich Associates, the architect on the project. Next slide. The plan development encompasses the properties from 601 through 611 West Randolph, outlined in the middle of this image, with 601 West Randolph being the existing orange rated building that will remain in place, and a proposed new building that will have the physical address of 609 West Randolph. Next slide. Seen here is an image of the plan development taken from Randolph Street, about 1/2 block north, looking south. It shows the existing 4-story 601 West Randolph building at the corner, as well as the proposed 15-story 609 West Randolph office building. The 609 West Randolph office building will have its lobby and retail along the ground floor, offices from floors 2 through 14, and a tenant amenity space with an outdoor terrace on floor 15. There is no parking within the building due to its close proximity to both Metro and CTA, as well as the loop being only 2.5 blocks away. Seen here is an image of the plan development from the intersection of Randolph Street and Jefferson Street, looking southwest. This image helps illustrate the concept that the primary facade of the 609 West Randolph building is brick and in keeping with the character of the surrounding neighborhood, but the complementary masses of the building are metal panel, bringing a more modern aesthetic to the building overall. Next slide. This is an image of the office lobby and retail on the ground floor of the 609 West Randolph building. At Antunovich Associates, we really pride ourselves on the attention to detail we put in the pedestrian experience of our projects. And I think it really shows in an image like this. This site was an existing surface parking lot, which you can see in the top right corner. So we feel as though it's a fantastic improvement over the surface parking lot. Next slide. This image shows the plan development within its context of similarly sized or larger buildings, varying from office to hotel to residential, as well as many other dense commercial buildings. This is truly a mixed use and well-positioned site. Next slide. This is the site plan and ground floor plan of the buildings. On the right at the corner is the existing 601 West Randolph building, and located mid-block is the 609 West Randolph office, lobby, and retail. The remaining area of the ground floor is dedicated to its building utilities. Of note here is that our site is landlocked. There is an existing building to the west and to the south, which are not part of the plan development. The existing surface parking lot had 2 curb cuts along Randolph Street. Those will be removed and the streetscape improved with streetscape trees and raised planters with ornamental railings, and the intersection improved with pedestrian countdown timers. Next slide. This floor plan is representative of floors 2 through 4. And in this slide, you could see that the 601 West Randolph existing building and the 609 West Randolph building will function independently from one another. The 601 building is filled with existing tenants. The 609 building will be serviced from a new vertical circulation core within the footprint of that parcel. Next slide. This is a typical upper office floor plan. Once the proposed building is over the height of the existing 601 West Randolph building, the floor plate increases in size to provide more usable area on the upper floors. In early discussions with DPD, with the Alderman's office, the 601 building was going to be cataloged, dismantled, and reapplied to a new structure. And in our current scheme, the construction will be focused on the new parcel with a over 33-foot setback from the property line on the east edge of the plan development. Next slide. The 15th floor of the building is dedicated to a tenant amenity space with an outdoor terrace, as well as the mechanical equipment for the building being incorporated into this floor. The screening for the mechanical equipment will match the architecture of the remainder of the building, so this building will not have the kind of traditional mechanical penthouse plopped on top. Next slide. The building will incorporate a green roof of over 50% of the net usable area to capture those sustainable development policy matrix points, and I'll revisit that towards the end of the presentation. Next slide. As mentioned earlier, the design is intended to be grounded in the warehouse aesthetic of the surrounding neighborhood, with brick being the predominant material utilized and metal panel being used on the complementary masses. This, we feel, provides a more modern aesthetic overall. Seen on this slide are the material selections. Next slide. This slide, as well as the next slide, are simply enlarged wall types, which provide a better understanding of the detail within the architecture. Next slide. Here are the overall north and east elevations with the enlarged wall types previously seen that would be used on these elevations. Brick will be the predominant material used on the north, west, and south facades, while metal panel and a significantly greater percentage of openings will be located on the east facing the loop skyline. Next slide. Here are the overall south and west elevations. Of note here is the solid portions of these elevations from floors 1 through 4 would not be visible from the public right-of-way. These are hidden by the existing buildings to the west and to the south of our project. Next slide, please. This is a building section which reflects the overall height of 211 feet. Next slide, please. This slide covers several of the transportation, traffic, and parking benefits. The main ones being the promotion of safe pedestrian traffic by eliminating the existing curb cuts, as well as adding pedestrian countdown timers to the Randolph and Jefferson intersection. Next slide, please. This slide covers several of the urban design guideline points dealing with the pedestrian level interest in the streetscape in lower levels of the building, the urban infill nature of this project, as well as activating the building's uses along the public right-of-way. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide covers several of the building design guideline points, the main ones being the setback of the new construction from the eastern plan development property line, as well as being complementary to the architecture of the neighborhood without simply mimicking the design. Next slide, please. The plan development will follow the City of Chicago's landscape ordinance and incorporate street trees and raised planters with ornamental railings, which matches the existing condition in front of the 601 West Randolph building. Next slide, please. The plan development will also follow the City of Chicago's sustainable development policy and achieve 100 points. Several of the categories we are going after would be achieving a well building standard, exceeding the energy code by 25%, and incorporating over 50% green roof in the project. Heidi, would you be able to advance 2 slides, one additional one? Thank you. Lastly, the plan development will have a strong focus on planning for the future. The health and wellness of building occupants has been a primary emphasis of ours in the planning of this project, as we will be achieving a well building standard. The 609 West Randolph building will focus on post-COVID workplace design strategies by incorporating increased air quality and monitoring, along with contactless smart technologies. Some of those technologies are an office tenant can enter through the front door, call an elevator, and arrive at their office space with a totally touchless route. Upgraded mechanical systems with high performance air filters and other systems which do not allow air exchange from one tenant space to another will be utilized. And an open air terrace will be included as part of the tenant amenity space on the 15th floor. Thank you very much. I'd like to pass things back off to Katrina and go to page 31. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Just real briefly as we wrap up.
Katrina, I'm sorry, again, for the record, can you go ahead and state your name again? Thank you.
Apologies, yes. Katrina McGuire from Thompson Coburn, again for the record. Thank you, Chairwoman. Just real briefly as we wrap up, I just wanted to highlight some of the economic and community benefits of this project. The project is expected to create approximately 250 construction jobs. It is a project worth approximately $25 million. The developer is committed to a minimum of 26% MBE, 6% WBE, and 50% city resident participation in this construction project. Slightly over $1 million will be contributed to the Neighborhood Opportunity Fund as part of the FAR bonus structure. And as outlined by Patrick, certain public safety and pedestrian enhancements are being made, namely the activation of the existing surface parking lot, elimination of 2 curb cuts on Randolph Street, and the installation of pedestrian countdown signals at the intersection of Randolph and Jefferson. And finally, as just noted by Patrick, the exciting aspect of a building designed with a post-COVID future in mind. With that, we thank you for your time. We're available for any questions. That completes our presentation.
The Department of Planning and Development, for the record, my name is Heidi Sperry with the Department of Planning and Development. I want to conclude by saying that the Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that this proposed business plan development is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of its uses, its density, and its building scale. It's also compatible with the surrounding zoning. And I'd like to note that it will adequately be served by existing public infrastructure facilities. Based on the foregoing, it's the recommendation of the Department of Planning and Development that this application for business plan development be approved, and the recommendation to City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards be passage recommended. Finally, I would like to note for the record that a letter from Alderman Brendan Riley is on file. Thank you.
In support of?
Yes, yes.
Thank you so much, Ms. Berry. Commissioner Searle.
I was wondering, other than reducing the building overhang on the 601 building, was the FAR also reduced in the redesigns in sort of its progress through the process?
I can answer that. Ultimately, the FAR stayed the same. We had 2 floors of parking that was provided that increased the height of the building, but that wasn't attributable towards FAR. Our FAR ultimately stayed at the 11.5 throughout.
Okay, so now there is no parking in the building, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And we do have a letter on file from Alderman Riley making a statement in support of, but he is not here on the call. That's correct, right?
He is not.
Okay. I'm not seeing any further questions from commissioners. Do I have a motion on the proposed plan development submitted by Chicago 601 Randolph LLC for the property generally located at 601-611 West Randolph Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved by Commissioner Searle.
Moved by Commissioner Searle, seconded by?
Second by Commissioner
Wagesbach.
Okay, I heard 2 voices. I think I heard Wagesbach. We'll go with that one. Okay. Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes.
Commissioner Brumfeld.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Flores.
Yes.
Commissioner Garza.
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Commissioner Novata.
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Commissioner Searle. We'll assume a yes, and she gave the motion. Commissioner Shaw. That is a yes. Okay. Oh, wait. Commissioner Shaw. Commissioner Tunney.
Yes.
Commissioner Villegas.
Yes.
Commissioner Wagesbach.
Yes.
Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank
The
you.
next item on the agenda is a proposed amendment to residential business plan development number 173, submitted by 50 East Huron Properties, LLC, for the property generally located at 50 East Huron Street. The applicant proposes a 3-story addition to the existing 5-story office building to establish a medical office use on the site. The development will contain 26 on-site accessory parking stalls and 20 bicycle parking stalls. Joshua Sun will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Fantastic. Good afternoon, everyone. For the record, my name is Josh Sun with the Department of Planning and Development. This proposed development is generally located at 50 East Huron Street and is located within the near North Side community area within the 42nd Ward. The applicant, Restorative Care Institute, and their development team appear here today for the purposes of amending Plan Development Number 173. The request is being submitted as a mandatory plan development application pursuant to the provisions of the Chicago Zoning Ordinance, Title 17 of the Municipal Code of Chicago, due to the fact that the proposal will seek to add the additional use of post-acute skilled nursing rehabilitation center to the existing plan development. Additionally, the applicant is seeking to construct a 3-story addition to the existing 5-story office building fronting East Huron Street, provide 26 on-site below-grade vehicular parking stalls, and 20 on-site below-grade bicycle parking stalls within the plan development. The remainder of the plan development will remain with no other changes. The subject site is located, again, in the central planning region in the near north side, an area that between 2000 and 2018 actually saw an increase in population while the city at large saw a decrease. The applicant filed September 2nd and held a community meeting August 10th. The applicant has been amenable to requests for design modifications that regard the pedestrian experience and overall security. In this map, you can see the project in context where the red marker is here. It is located in a relatively dense part of town, 1 block west of Michigan Avenue, right here, and surrounded by a mix of residential, retail, institutional, and office uses, housed in both mid and high-rise buildings, both new and old. In terms of zoning, you can see this PD is in close proximity to several other PDs, followed by DX-12 zoning designations and some DX-16. So here, surrounding PDs, DX-12, and a few of the DX-16.
Mute yourself though.
This shows the project's location relative to the CTA red line with a stop at Chicago and Grand, located within 800 feet and a quarter mile respectively. So here's Chicago and Grand, and this is the project site. The original PD 173 boundary can be seen outlined in red and consists of a 56-story residential tower that fronts North Wabash, a 9-level parking structure on East Superior, and a single building that fronts Northwest. The subject of this amendment, however, fronts East Huron right here and is designated parcel 1 on the slide. This provides a more detailed close-up of the existing building as it is programmed today. So note, this is the front entrance. This is Huron Street. This is the lot in the rear. As proposed, the project will add 3 floors to the existing 5-story building and extend the southwestern facade to the property line. So this is also an addition. This is an addition along with the 3-story addition that is above the 5 floors. This is the proposed route for vehicular parking and traffic. You can see here that it utilizes the existing curb cuts and alleyways. The parking will mostly be utilized by employees with the patient drop-off pickup area located at the front of the building on East Huron right here. This is the residential tower and the parking structure is part of the original PD, and you can see how the circulation would be. And I believe the applicant is here to take it away.
Thanks, Josh. My name is Mitch Hamblett. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yep.
Excellent. My name is Mitch Hamblett. I'm with RCI and also the developer for the project. I want to thank Madam Chairperson as well as commissioners, our Alderman Riley and our entire team for their time today. The project, as you can see here, which is located next to the 30 East Huron building, ends up being an 8-story building, slightly below the 30 East Huron building parking structure's rooftop pool. Next slide. This is the existing building that the ALA, the American Library Association, previously occupied. It is currently vacant, and we will be adding 3 stories on top of this, as well as a new skin on the face of the building. This is an elevation of the building that will show you the parking that we're creating below the building. Currently, the building is laid out so that the ceiling heights allow us to create the underground parking spaces for the building, as well as the floor heights in the building that allow us to add the improvements that we want to add on top. This is a picture of how the parking will come in from the back alley. Cars will enter in at this part of the ramp, circulate through the space, and exit back out from the same area back over to Superior Street. This is our first floor. In this post-acute building, our concept is we are skilled care. We'll be working with people that have recently had surgeries and need to be in a facility where the standards for hygiene are very high, and that outcomes need to be produced at a greater level than they are, say, if a person is to go home first or go to another skilled facility. So our first floor consists primarily of a entrance turnstile large enough to handle wheelchairs, as well as almost what we call hospital style turnstile. Our front reception desk will allow patients to come in and or family members to come in, and of course the areas over here are all designated for administration. This is our physical rehab floor. This is where we'll be doing rehab therapies for our folks in the upper floors. This is on the second floor. This is the third floor. This is a typical layout of floors 3 through 8. This is how they will be designed. And the nice part about our design for this is that everyone will have an exterior view, because the building next to this is a 2-story, that would be to the east. Over here is a 2-story Thai consulate. Since our units start at the 3rd floor, everyone will have a view either facing east or facing south. This is how the entrance will be remapped and redesigned. That's the turnstile I mentioned. As you can see to the left, that's the new glass facade going on the front. This is the view looking east at the property and the entrance to the parking. This view shows existing as far as landscape goes, although we are adding a few things. We're adding a planting area to the front entrance of the building, as well as this also shows you the driveway into the building. And this is a typical view of what would be planted in front of the building as far as trees. I'm going to ask that the architect, Jim Capshe, speak on sustainability and stormwater.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure my mic was turned on. So the building presents.
Can you state your name again? Sorry to interrupt you.
I'm James Capshe. I'm the project architect.
Great, thank you. It's for the record.
Okay, so the building presents a unique opportunity in that it's very well configured as it is right now, that to be redesigned and repurposed as a supportive, as a skilled nursing facility. And in terms of the environmental aspects, the building will be designed to, there's a whole series of, the sustainability matrix gives you a point, as you know, for a reuse of a building. We're only required to have 50 points. However, this building would total up to 100 points, which is 40 points because we achieve well building standards, 30 points for energy usage, designed to meet Energy Star certification, 5 points for a landscaped area, 10 points for electrical charging stations in the basement, which will be provided for battery-powered cars. The facility is in close proximity proximity to public transportation, and we actually intend to have a video screen in the lobby, which will give the schedules for the metro bus lines and the L. We will provide bike parking in the front yard and in the basement. The glazing system is something that we're doing. It's a lowly insulated glazing, but it also has a white solar reflective coating, which from the inside is translucent. From the outside, there's several advantages to it. For one thing, it makes the building visible to birds. And that's an important thing because a lot of very reflective buildings kill a massive amount of birds because they run in the glass, they never see it. So that's one of the reasons why we're making the building more visible. The exterior design incorporates the recent modifications to the Chicago Building Code, which requires the structural design to respond to earthquake requirements. And as everybody knows, up until recently, that wasn't an issue with the Chicago Building Code. But now it is, and so most buildings will have to incorporate some kind of X bracing to resist motion of an earthquake. So that's something relatively new in the building code. Actually, it's brand new in the building code, and we've responded to it by expressing the structure on the outside. Actually, in terms of context, it's kind of an interesting response, we think, because the building to the west of us is poured in place concrete, and the concrete form ties are visible. The architect at that time expressed the structure in that way. Across the street is a church, and for a vaulted ceiling, it's necessary to buttress the vaults. And so the structure on that was expressed on the outside, as anybody familiar with any kind of Gothic architecture knows. The buttresses became a major design feature of all those buildings. And so our building in the same way will respond to the structural needs by expressing the X bracing in what we feel is the most attractive manner that we have available to us.
Josh, if we can then, regarding stormwater detention, the stormwater will be detained on site. This is Mitch Hamblett in the concrete vault below the parking entrance.
Great.
You mind going to the next slide? And I think we would ask Peter, our traffic consultant, to now speak about the traffic and as far as the what we've designed.
Sure. So I don't know if we want to refer to that slide or not, but for the record, Peter Lemon with Kinley Horn, office address at 111 West Jackson. So the site, the ingress is using an existing driveway off of Huron. That'd be the ingress to the parking garage below grade in the rear. The egress from the garage would be going north. There you go. That's the blue line kind of going in. That's the ingress. The egress would be the yellow line going north to Superior. That's also sometimes that alleyway gets blocked by loading vehicles and such. So an alternate egress would be using the existing driveway out onto Huron. In terms of the guest or patient pickup and drop off, they do have the option to use spaces within the garage below, but also just a direct access to the lobby where they would check in would be available through a loading zone that would be established. You can see right there the 2 spaces by that asterisk. Those are existing metered spaces, so those spaces would need to be relocated and accommodated elsewhere. We've identified 3 spaces with either across the street or around the corner. In conversation with CDOT, they concurred with the 2 spaces around the corner on Rush Street. Those are currently unmetered parking spaces, so that swap can be accommodated and coordinated with the city. Parking is, as they mentioned, available below grade. Additional parking, if it's needed, is also available through lease the adjacent building at 30 North Huron.
Thanks, Peter. One slide you missed there, Josh, if you can go back one slide. Thanks. The economic and community benefits. This development will be an adaptive reuse of the existing building and will minimize the environmental impact and also speed up construction time as well as reducing waste by reusing the existing building. We are creating, that were not previously there, 24 parking spaces. The entire building will be accessible as part of our own code with IDPH as well as meeting the city's MOP standards. At RCI, we'll develop a model of collaboration with participating physicians and our nursing community and help record and disseminate our results in proving a better outcome over a 2-year period. Also, as part of focusing on things like COVID and other illnesses, RCI hopes that it can not only help those that are in the most dire need of rehab to be in a safe environment to recover, but also circulate those findings with other clinicians. We'll employ over 100 full-time people, and during construction we anticipate to create roughly 180 full-time construction jobs. Lastly, the prior occupant of this building was the American Library Association, which is a nonprofit, and we will be a profit, thus will generate annual real estate tax revenues. Thank you, Josh, and thanks to all the commissioners.
Thank you very much.
So,
oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Josh.
so the Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant, and we've concluded that the proposed amendment to the planned business development would be appropriate for the following reasons. It promotes economically beneficial development patterns, promotes unified planning and development, ensures accessibility for persons with disabilities, and minimizes conflicts with existing traffic patterns in the vicinity, and is in compliance with plan development standards and guidelines such as pedestrian orientation, urban design, and building design. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding the project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application to amend residential business plan development number 173 be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. I'd also like to state for the record that we do have an email from Alderman Riley's office that echoes his support of this project. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Searle.
Thank you, Chair, Madam Chair. This looks like a really good reuse of this existing building. I was curious about the entry because in the original building there are stairs that go up to the first floor. Are you lowering the entire first floor to grade, or is there sort of a ramp system that's getting up to that level that's existing?
It's a very good question. This is Mitch Hamblett with RCI. As you can see from the drawing, we are actually removing the first floor, lowering it down to grade, and that will then also create a larger, more dramatic lobby.
It's nice, and it's a really nice facade, by the way.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's only my
Thank you so much. Okay, and we do have a letter on file from Alderman Riley. He is not here, and I'm not seeing any additional questions from commissioners. Do I have a motion on the proposed amendment to the residential business plan development number 173 submitted by 50 East Huron Properties LLC for the property generally located at 50 East Huron Street, residential street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved by Commissioner Cox.
Second by Commissioner Tunney.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I realized I had a quick question for the applicant. It won't take but a second, but on your storm drainage, you said there's going to be a retention pond in the basement?
Well, let me
A retention, oh, sorry, go ahead. The architect,
I
Jim.
said a retention pond, yes.
What we've done in other projects is we've built actually a concrete vault, and there's a certain ratio in terms of the size of the roof, and we have enough room to create a concrete vault underneath the entrance ramp to the basement for parking. So the roof would drain down into that, and then there'd be a restrictor. Now it slowly drains from that out in the street. But we have more than enough area or volume to be created with a concrete vault underneath the entrance ramp.
Oh, all right, thank you. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. It's been moved and seconded. Commissioner Biaggi. Commissioner Brumfeld,
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett,
Yes.
Commissioner Cordova is a yes. We heard from Commissioner Burnett. Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox,
Yes.
Commissioner Flores,
Yes.
Commissioner Garza,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore,
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
Commissioner Novata,
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes,
Yes.
Commissioner Searle,
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw,
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney. I think he seconded it.
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Villegas
Yes.
and Commissioner Wagasbuck.
Yes.
So congratulations, the motion passes.
Thank you.
You know, and I think it's because of the, you know, the quality of these developments that we're all, the presentation of these developments, that we're able to move so quickly through these presentations. The next item on the agenda is a proposed technical amendment to Residential Business Plan Development number 138, submitted by the applicant Montrose Clarendon Partners LLC for the property generally located at 4407 North Clarendon Avenue. The amendment to the plan development would allow animal services and other commercial uses as permitted uses in subarea A and subarea C. No other changes to the plan development are proposed. Paul Reese will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal. Mr. Reese, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you see my screen?
We can.
Okay, great. Again, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to everyone, all the commissioners. For the record, my name is Paul Reese with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant, Montrose Clarendon Partners LLC, and their development team appear here today to request approval of an amendment to Residential Business PD 138 to allow for additional non-residential uses in subarea A and C. The subject site is located in the North Planning region and in the Uptown community area in the 46th Ward and is in the Montrose Clarendon TIF district. The Uptown community area is a vibrant lakefront community where, according to CMAP snapshot data, the total population is around 60,000 people, 56% of which are between the ages of 20 and 49 years old, and over 54% of their residents are white, 17.5% are Black, and 15% are Hispanic. The site is on the northeast and northwest corners of Montrose and Clarendon. It was the site of the former Cuneo Hospital until redevelopment in 2016. The site is situated in a mixed-use corridor with commercial, park, and residential uses nearby in the corresponding zoning. It is served by CTA bus routes and is 1 block from Lakeshore Drive. Aerial view to show relation of the site to Clarendon Park, Lakeshore Drive, and the Lakefront Park system. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Mariah DeGrino, who will walk through the development specifics and explain their proposal.
Thank you, Paul. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Mariah DeGrino. I'm a partner with DLA Piper, located at 444 West Lake Street. We represent the applicant in the matter, Montrose and Clarendon LLC. I'm also joined by Rick Filler of Harlem Irving Companies, one of the applicant's principals. As Paul mentioned, the application before you is a technical amendment to Residential Business Plan Development number 138. The PD was previously the site of the former Cuneo Hospital, which operated there until 1998, after which it was the site of the Maryville Academy Children's Shelter, operated by the Missionary Sisters of the Sacred Heart. After the shelter closed, the buildings remained vacant. The property was rezoned to the current PD designation in 2016 and contemplates a phased development of 3 subareas. The applicant has completed construction of the first 2 subareas, shown here on the screen as subarea A and subarea C. If you could flip to the next slide, please, Paul. Subarea A has been developed with a 27-story mixed-use building, including 381 dwelling units and approximately 30,000 square feet of commercial space at the ground floor. The photo you're seeing here is a view of that tower. If you could flip to the next slide. This is another photo of the tower as well at the pedestrian level. If you could flip to the next slide. Subarea C has been developed with a single-story commercial building consisting of approximately 6,200 square feet of commercial space. It will be occupied by 2 commercial tenants, the phone store you see here, and a vet clinic. Subarea B is a future phase of development and is planned for a multifamily residential building containing up to 250 dwelling units. Subarea B is not affected by this application. If you could go to the next slide, please. The purpose of today's amendment is to allow additional commercial and non-residential uses of the ground floor commercial space within Subarea A and Subarea C, consistent with the uses that are allowed in the underlying B35 district. The impetus for the application is the need to include animal services as a permitted use to allow the vet clinic to occupy the Subarea C building, and to improve the marketability of the ground floor space in the Subarea A building. No physical changes are proposed by this application. I should also note on this slide that the development includes 20 on-site affordable units at a mix of 50% and 60% AMI, which have been completed and are occupied. The developer made a cash payment of $5.7 million to the city's Affordable Housing Trust Fund. The developer of Subarea B in the future would result in an additional affordable housing contribution as well. The project includes a green roof covering 100% of the net roof area and has been designed to meet LEED certification standards. If you could go to the next slide, please. Just some data about the project as it's been developed to date. Again, the project costs pertain to subareas A and subareas C. The construction of the project was completed and the buildings opened in 2019. The project was required to achieve 24% MBE and 4% MBE participation, and it overperformed and achieved, as you can see here, 27.26% MBE and 9.47% WBE. They did achieve 40% resident hiring, which is of course slightly under the 50% requirement, but they would be paying the liquidated damages to make up for that shortfall. This again is a project that's also subject to a TIF redevelopment agreement, which is why these come into play as well. If you could go to the next slide, please. Alderman Kappelman is in support of the application and has provided a letter to staff. I or Rick Filler are available to answer any questions, and thank you for consideration of this matter.
Thank you, Mariah. Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant. We have concluded that the proposed amendment to PD 138 would be appropriate for the following reasons. It's compatible with the surrounding uses and zoning, and it adequately served by existing public infrastructure. Please refer to my staff report for more full details on the project and the plans identified today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the Department of Planning and Development that this application be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. As mentioned, a letter of support is on file from Alderman Kappelman. Thank you.
Commissioner Tunney, followed by Commissioner Burnett.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And if for the benefit of maybe some of the newer commission members, this was a fairly controversial project back in whatever it was, years ago. But now that at least the first building is up, it's obviously it's 27 stories. It's an attractive building. There's no question about that. My question is if they could pull back the screen up on, I think it's sub area C, the Xfinity. Okay. So this, while I understand that the vet use is appropriate, it's right on the park, and it'd be interesting. I'll have a question about the drop off for people with their pets and such, but this building I was opposed to in the original development. This was an opportunity I felt to provide more green space in lieu of this extraordinary large project. But that being said, I'm underwhelmed by this building. And while I support the use, and it's, I just, this is the lakefront. This is the gateway to the city. I didn't really feel that, I felt it really should have been green space number one, but I'm supportive of the use. I'm just underwhelmed by the building of itself. And I understand it's going to be the one-story building, but if my memory serves me correct, this was an historical building that was taken down as part of the hospital. So that's just my 2 cents worth. But can someone answer the question about the use as a veterinary clinic and the logistics, because parking is impossible over here?
Paul, could you flip back a slide or two to the sub-area layout map? I think that'll be helpful to, there you go. So sub-area C, which you see on the lower right-hand corner, is where the single-story building is located with where the vet clinic would be. The sub-area C actually includes a surface parking lot on the north side of sub-area C. So patrons would be able to pull in completely off of the street and circulate and drop their pets off. They wouldn't have to pull over or find street parking. There is parking provided within that sub-area.
Did you state your name for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mariah DeGrino.
Thank you.
Again, I can't see that from any of the illustrations about the surface parking lot. Is there a photo of that?
I don't believe there's a photo of that. It is a condition
How many
that was
spaces?
built.
How many spaces?
Getting to that right now here. Sub-area C includes 11 parking spaces.
They would be shared by both users, I presume?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Burnett. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Burnett.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Just want to ask, who's your contractor? Do you have a contractor yet?
It's already built, Alderman. This is Rick Feller on behalf of...
It's already built. Okay, I apologize. Yes. I saw the construction work. I'm looking at 2 meters. So.
it was built by Lend-Lease.
Lend-Lease built it?
Yeah.
Okay, so what are you all doing now?
Mariah?
Yeah, we are amending the plan development to allow for some additional uses in the building.
I'm sorry, did the previous speaker, I'm sorry, identify yourself. And Mariah, can you identify yourself again for the record?
Sure.
Rick
go ahead.
Feller, Harlem Irving Companies.
Great, go ahead, Mariah.
And Mariah DeGrino from DLA. We are amending the PD to allow for some additional users in the ground floor commercial space. So no physical changes are proposed.
Oh, okay. So you're just amending the PD to allow for uses on the ground space. Okay. And there's no major construction going on?
None. The project was completed.
And there's no new dwelling units?
Correct.
All right.
Again, Mariah DeGrino from DLA.
Yeah, I know you, Mariah. All right. Thank you.
Okay, I'm seeing no further questions from commissioners. Alderman Kappelman has a letter on file. He's not here with us though, right? And with no additional questions, do I have a motion on the proposed technical amendment to residential business plan development number 138 submitted by the applicant Montrose Clarendon Partners LLC for the property generally located at 4407 North Clarendon Avenue, finding that it meets requirements for approval.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Searle. I would move to say yes to the motion, but in the process, encourage this developer to make some improvements on the entry and the facade to maybe, make it look a little better. I would assume there's going to be another sign for the veterinary clinic, so something is going to need to be done, and maybe they in that process could do a little more to the building.
Well, I think particularly in light of the comments made by Commissioner Tunney
Yes.
about its location in relation to the lakefront and the fact that it replaced an historic building there. So the view shed is really important, I think.
Improved, right.
Chairwoman,
Yes, Commissioner Tunney.
I think Commissioner Searle was on the call years ago, and I think I said at that time, I said, and not out of levity, but I said, please don't put a subway at that corner. But at least they didn't do that. So.
Right.
So if that's a motion, Commissioner Searle, with no amendment, right? Just a straight up motion with the
It's a motion, yes.
with the adviso that they do something to improve the entranceway and
Yes.
be mindful of the overall appearance, including its signage. Do I have a second for the motion?
Second by Tunney.
Seconded by Commissioner Tunney. I will do a roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi. Commissioner Brumfeld.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
Commissioner Cordova is a yes with the emphasis also raised by Commissioner Searle. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Flores.
Yes.
Commissioner Garza.
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Commissioner Lightfoot. Oh, excuse me. Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes.
Commissioner Novata.
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Commissioner Searle.
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw.
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney.
Yes.
Commissioner Villegas.
Yes.
And Commissioner Wagensbach.
Yes.
Great, thank you, Mash. The motion passes. Next item on the agenda is the proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by 5440 Sheridan Property Owner LLC for the property generally located at 5440 North Sheridan Road. The property is zone B3-5 and is within the private use zone of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection District. The applicant is proposing to construct a 5-story courtyard-style residential building with 78 dwelling units and 27 vehicular parking spaces. This is in the 48th Ward. Michael Berkshire will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal. Thank you for having your slides. Go ahead, Michael.
Good afternoon. Can
Good afternoon.
everyone hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. For the record, my name is Michael Berkshire with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant, Sheridan Property Owner LLC, and the development team are here today to request approval of a lakefront protection ordinance application to construct a 5-story multifamily courtyard-style residential building in the Edgewater neighborhood located in the 48th Ward. The Edgewater community is a dense and vibrant community where the total population is a little over 57,000 people. The median age is 38.5. The median income is $53,183. And the predominant land use is multifamily residential. And the adjacent zoning for this property is B35, PD 69, and RM6. And I will now turn it over to Liz Butler from the development team to continue the presentation.
Thank you, Michael. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Liz Butler from the law firm of DLA Piper. We're located at 444 West Lake Street in Chicago. I, along with my colleague Katie Jenke-Dale, represent the applicant in this matter, 5440 Sheridan Property Owner LLC. We are joined today by Mark Heffron, the managing partner of the applicant, and Andy Weber of Booth Hansen, the project architect. Michael, could you turn to the next slide, please? Thank you. Shown here is the subject property. The applicant is proposing to develop the property with a 5-story multifamily courtyard style residential building that will contain 78 dwelling units, 27 vehicular parking spaces, 1 loading berth. You see here on the screen that the property is located roughly on the west side of Sheridan Road. It's abutted by a surface parking lot to the north, which is not part of the project. an existing an existing 8-story multifamily residential building is on the south, and a public alley sits to the west of the subject property. The property is currently improved with an existing asphalt and gravel surface parking lot. Could you turn to the next slide, please? Thank you, perfect. So as Michael noted, the subject property is located in the private use zone of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection District. And we are before you today seeking approval of plan review under the Lakefront Protection Ordinance. We're not seeking to establish a planned development. The design for the project has taken into consideration the property's location within the Lakefront Protection Zone and has taken special care not only to protect but to enhance the experience of the lakefront and its parks. So for example, you see here in this after photo that's shown at the lower right hand of the screen that the program for the portion of the proposed building that fronts on Sheridan Road includes a 2-story townhome style component that invites a pedestrian scale, which is in keeping with the neighborhood context. Shown here, you see the extensive community outreach process that the applicant undertook and the milestones for the approval process for this project. Important to highlight that prior to this applicant's ownership and involvement in the property was actually entitled for 174 units in an 18-story building. The applicant's original proposal, which I think we can go to the next slide, Michael. Yes, thank you. So the applicant's original proposal for the development involved a 7-story building with 99 units. And in response to the community review process that was shown on the previous slide, the applicant scaled back the proposal to a 5-story building with 78 dwelling units. And you can see the before and after images here on this slide. So in order to enable this development proposal, the property was rezoned earlier in this year in April from the previous zoning of residential plan development to the current zoning of B35 Community Shopping District. The project was then presented to the Zoning Board of Appeals in September, and the ZBA granted a variation for a rear yard setback reduction, a special use for transit served location parking reduction, and a special use authorizing the ground floor residential uses. So we're here before you today seeking plan approval under the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance. We can go to the next slide, and with that, I will turn the before I turn the presentation over to Andy Weber to walk through the plans, I just want to say thank you to our project manager, Michael Berkshire, and Alderman Osterman and his staff. We worked very closely with both the community through this very robust community review process. We also worked very closely with the Department of Planning and Development and their design reviewers to arrive at the project that you see before you today. With that, I will turn the presentation over to Andy Weber of Booth Hansen, who will walk through the project plans.
Thanks,
Andy?
Liz. Thank you, Liz. As Liz mentioned, I'm Andy Weber with Booth Hansen. I'm the project architect, and I'll walk through the design slides and plans with you. The first slide you see is the aerial view looking south from the northeast. It does show the existing surface parking lot to the north and the existing 8-story residential just south. And the massing and what was done is a courtyard shaped building. We had sensitivity to providing a pedestrian scale on a smaller scale along Sheridan. So we had a conscious effort to go from a 4-story at the front facade to a 5-story mass at the back of the facade, just to create that smaller scale feel along Sheridan Road. Next slide. And this also shows the rear alley access points and the existing structures to the west, which are also roughly in the 7 to 8-story residential range. So the scale and context for what we're doing here is nothing foreign from the existing neighborhood. Next. This shows more or less a perspective view of the street level. And what we were trying to do, as mentioned earlier, was to reduce the scale to have a pedestrian feel. And the duplex units that we are providing provide a townhouse feel along the street, and those are represented with the darker rectangular overhangs exactly along Sheridan Road there. So, and those also have an entry point from street level, which is raised above street level right now with 4 or 5 steps, as well as a separate entry from the lobby and the rear parking garage at the alley. So the overall site plan, as was mentioned, at the left side, we are providing 27 parking spaces within our site on the ground floor. There will be access from the west alley, including a loading berth, as well on the north end of the parking garage area. On the center portion, this is a symmetric plan where we have a lobby centralized that's going to be accessed not only for the duplex units as a secondary means of entrance, but also for the remaining residential units above. There will be 3 duplex units on the north and 3 duplex units on the south that are represented in blue. On the ground floor, we also are providing bike storage, which is represented in the pinkish shade there, the L shape. That's providing a 1-to-1 bike parking for the 78 units. In addition, we're also providing additional bike storage hanging in the parking garage, which will increase our total bike parking up to 102 spaces or 102 available hanging devices for bike storage. And can you go back once real bit to the previous slide? I also want to mention on the ground floor along Sheridan Road, we are introducing a drop-off area, which was the request of not only Alderman, but the community as a way to alleviate any issues of traffic or anything else with congestion. So that is a new element that's going to be cut into the existing parkway. We still are going to maintain a green space in front of the building. In addition to the parkway, we are adding planting elements along the front facade and entryways to have a really great landscape feel for not only the main entry of the building, but also for each individual townhouse unit. And the drop-off was planned to use not only for like a FedEx or UPS, but also for Ubers and the other concerns, because there is no parking currently along Sheridan Road. So this is a way to alleviate any issues that may arise from that. Next slide. This just shows our second floor, showing more green space. So the courtyard design that we have done has a mixture of 1-bedroom studio, 2-bedroom units. The whole development has a well-balanced mix of all those typologies for sizes of units and variation, as was also a request of the community and Alderman. And as mentioned here, we are providing some green roof areas in the courtyard and a skylight, which is going to introduce more natural light into our lobby. And this is going up to the top floor, which is our partial 5th floor, which shows, again, there's residential units on the 5th floor, as well as a fitness area on the south as an amenity. And then in the outdoor spaces representing green, that will be a roof deck on the north with some amenities. And then in the south, there will be an unoccupied green roof, which is also just adding more green sustainable elements to the project. This is just the overall roof plan, just showing the footprint and items below. Mechanical units will be located on the upper roof. There was a traffic study performed. Recommendations were given. All the items and bullet points that are listed here are showing that our development is not going to impact the current traffic that's going along Sheridan Road, as well as our access to the alley. We are introducing elements such as the drop-off area, which can improve any issues that may arise. We also have eliminated a few curb cuts that existed that we had on the previous site, which was an empty parking surface area now. And we also are introducing some safety elements a block away as a request of CDOT to install some signage and other things further from our site to improve any concerns that for pedestrian traffic. This is the east elevation, the main entry of the building, showing along Sheridan. And this again shows our design that has the duplex elements that are flanking the main entry. The materials being used on the project are going to be a combination of fiber cement board, which is represented with the lighter gray elements on the main facade. The darker gray elements are metal panels that will be introduced as accent elements within the fiber cement, as well as the 5th floor highlighted here, which is also set back again from the main facade to create a smaller scale on the Sheridan Road, which is the 4-story element. And this is the north elevation. This shows, again, the massing studies and scale changes that we've performed. The darker gray area is going to be face brick masonry. That encloses this sort of pedestal area of our design, and it encloses the parking garage and other back of house elements. This also helps us introduce some terraces that will be located on the 2nd floor for our residential units along the north and south of the building. Next slide. And the west elevation is the alley elevation. Again, this has our overhead loading door, which is our main entry and exit from our parking and loading area along the existing alley. The ground floor area is all the same face brick that we showed on the north elevation for durability for the parking structure itself. And then above that is a metal panel cladded facade. And the south elevation is a mirror of the north elevation. So the same materials are being used in the same concept and same massing elements I discussed earlier. And the overall building section shows here that we are raising our lobby the same elevation as we are raising for the duplex units off the street level. So you'll step up into the lobby as well as those duplex units. There is accessible means to get into the lobby as well with the ramping we've introduced. The parking structure is shown there on the left side, which is from the alley access, and all the residential units are stacking above. And this just shows a view from the courtyard views into the green roof area that's going to be above the lobby with the skylight. Next slide. And this is the other cross section of the building, just showing our proximity to adjacent property lines. And our intent was also to pull off our residential units off the property lines to not only alleviate light and vent issues for our property, but any future developments as well, including the existing neighbor that's to the south of our site. And these are just some overall sections showing some of the materials being used and overhanging elements, which we do have on the front of the facade along Sheridan Road, which is facing east. This is also showing kind of the robust insulation and sustainable ideas that we're doing on the facade, where we're really increasing our required R values for our enclosures beyond the current required R values listed in the code. And we are providing some overhangs for some sun shading as well on these facades. In reality, we are facing taller structures on the east of our site, taller high rises, so there's not going to be a significant amount of morning light coming through there because there is a lot of the structures and shade from the other buildings across the street. But these are just some of the other additional elements that we're introducing into the project. And this gives a little snapshot of some of the materials being used. The fiber cement in the center is our main facade elements along Sheridan, and the metal panel example on the left is the majority of our 5-story massing, including the masonry for the 1-story elements that's shown on the right.
Thank you, Andy. That concludes our presentation. The applicant has discussed the proposed development with the alderman and worked very closely with him, his staff, and with the Department of Planning and Development on this proposed development. And our team is available to answer any questions that the commissioners might have. Thank you.
And for the record, that was Liz Butler speaking.
Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. For the record, this is Michael Berkshire with the Department of Planning and Development. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the project materials submitted and concluded that this proposal is in compliance with the applicable policies of the Lakefront Plan of Chicago and the purposes of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance as they apply to development in the private use zone, such as the proposal will increase personal safety by reusing and revitalizing an underutilized parcel and maintaining the residential character of the property consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. The proposed new building is designed to create a harmonious relationship between the Lakeshore Parks and the community edge. The proposed development will provide improvements in the private use zone that will enhance landscaping by adding green roof areas, remove a surface parking lot, provide additional bicycle parking, and result in continued residential use in the neighborhood. And also the development will be integrated with the pattern of existing development in the surrounding neighborhood. The proposed quantity of dwelling units will result in a residential density that does not exceed the prevailing density level of the surrounding neighborhood and the density level permitted by the proposed zoning. Please refer to my staff report for further details on this project and the plans identified today. Based on the foregoing, it is a recommendation of the zoning administrator that this application, being in conformance with the provisions of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance, be approved, subject to compliance with the plans presented to you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any questions from commissioners, and you did say that we have letters on file from the alderman. Is that what I understand? Or no, maybe you didn't say.
Yeah, Alderman Osterman sent his verbal along. He's conflict in another meeting, so his chief of staff, Luna, would be available if necessary.
Okay, and he is in support of this?
That's correct.
Okay. Commissioner Tunney, followed by Commissioner Reyes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I'm assuming, let's just ask, are these rental or ownership units? And I know it's just in Lakefront, I believe, but is there an affordability component of this project? And then I have one more question after that.
Yes, Mark, can I ask you to—
Can you state your name again for the record, please?
Yes, this is Liz Butler on behalf of the applicant, and I am going to ask Mark Heffron to address this question.
Yes, hi, Mark Heffron, representing the applicant here. Thank you, Michael, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Appreciate your time. This project is not required to comply with the ARO in any shape or form. We have been working with the Alderman's office to get creative in providing some level of affordability that would not be consistent with the ARO. A lot of projects that Cedar Street has done in the past, that Flats has done in the past, has incorporated affordability when not specifically required. You know, so we have a number of buildings that have low-income housing trust fund units, and we haven't talked about those in particular. We have gone into some level of detail about identifying whether or not the PAIR program would work for this project. We've been in very, very detailed conversations with the Department of Housing over the last couple of months, and have not identified a specific path, but it's something we're open to. But because we are complying with the base zoning, we're not explicitly required, but pursuing alternate ways to possibly provide some level of affordability.
My next question is, I'm up and down Sharon Road once or twice a week. I appreciate the island or off of Sheridan because it does create huge traffic issues when I see, you know, Amazon trucks and whatever just parking and on Sheridan Road and doing whatever they want to do. So that part I appreciate, but up and down there, at least that segment from Hollywood North, I know there are townhouses, but I don't see them fronting like they're doing on this project. And I just know how noisy it is and the vehicular traffic there. Can someone talk about why the community thought that the townhouses might be an approachable solution here?
Thank you for the, this is Liz Butler again, and I'll ask Mark to address the question.
Yeah, yep, thanks Liz. Mark Heffron again, applicant. First things first, the site is actually south of Hollywood, which is kind of an important factor, and something that we've had to communicate to the community for some reason or not. You know, like a few people have been confused about that concept. And I don't know if the townhouses would work north of Hollywood. But being south of Hollywood, it is a little quieter. It's a lot quieter from a vehicular traffic standpoint. Regardless, just in the new world of Amazon and FedEx trucks and so on and so forth, we agreed with the community when they made a very specific effort to communicate the requirement of that curb cut and a drop-off zone that did not impede traffic in any shape or form. So speaking on a logistical standpoint, I think that the drop-off zone is critical in today's world. I do know that the neighboring buildings, don't have the benefit of this curb cut and do have that FedEx truck just parked in front of their building often. So we won't have that problem. And then secondarily to your question about the ground floor residential, we're south of Hollywood. We're just south of Catalpa. This is not a strong retail corridor. And because it's quieter than the stretch north of Hollywood, we feel like this is a good opportunity to provide some family housing and having duplex units that are walk up and approachable from the street seem like a good fit at this location in lieu of trying to bring retail up Sheridan in a stretch that doesn't really have all that much successful retail as is. So, I think that's the main reason.
Well, while it's south of Hollywood, it's hugely densely residential. I used to live at 5415, which I think is right across the street. That's a 48-story. Well, no, it's a 50-story building, and then you've got south of there, you've got the 30-story building. It's just as hectic as far as I'm concerned. But I just think that I just haven't seen townhouses front that way right onto busy Sheridan Road. So that was my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Reyes.
Yeah, now that I understand that the ARO requirement is not necessary, then are these units for rental, home ownership, and then what are the either the rents or the prices for them, and what is the total development cost?
Liz Butler again, and I will again ask Mark to address these 3 points.
Sure. Yes, Mark Halford, applicant. Thanks for the question. These are rental. This is a rental product. Through the extensive community process, we have increased the size of these units considerably. It's worth mentioning that there were 99 units proposed previously. In the footprint of this 4.5-story building, now we're at 78 units. The average unit size has grown. The number of 2s and 3 bedrooms has increased significantly. They are rental units. Our starting at rents, will be market rents come obviously 2022. It's somewhat of a wild market right now, but we feel like there's not all that much new product here in Edgewater. So still feel very good about our overall development plan. We do have a mix of studios, 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. I think that, the rents will be anywhere between $2.50 and $3 a square foot for the starting at rents generally for these units. And the total project cost is approximately $23.5 million off the top of my head, including land.
Great, thank you. Okay, with no other questions by commissioners, and we do have the support of the alderman. Do I have a motion on the proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by 5440 Sheridan Property Owner LLC for the property generally located at 5440 North Sheridan Road, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
Move to pass, Commissioner Waxback.
Probably so, but I think I'd still require to go through the roll call. Can I take that as a motion, Commissioner Regensburg?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And then a second?
I second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Reyes. And you're probably right, Commissioner Regensburg. So Commissioner Brumfield?
Yes.
Burnett?
Yes.
Cordova, yes. Cox? Commissioner Flores?
Yes. Yes.
Flores, yes.
Commissioner Gaza?
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly? Commissioner Lyons, Commissioner Moore,
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
Commissioner Novata,
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes,
Yes.
Commissioner Searle had to leave, but she gave us a proxy for yes. Commissioner Shaw, Commissioner Tunney,
Yes.
Commissioner Villegas, and Commissioner Wagasbach.
Yes.
Motion passes. Congratulations. This does conclude the public hearing portion of our agenda. However, we do have an additional presentation that will be made. This is, Commissioners, as you know, I've been
Well, I'm done.
requesting some update on our master PD guidelines. And so DPD staff, Nancy Radovich, who's Assistant Commissioner, is here to provide us a brief update on the status of the master PD guideline work. And this is the important part, the upcoming next steps. So if we can hang in there a little bit longer, we'd appreciate it while we hear Ms. Radovich give us her update. Go for it.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the Plan Commission. Good to see you all. I am trying to share my screen. And I'm having some technical difficulties, Noah. It says host disabled attendee screen sharing.
Kamal, is Nancy okay to share? If not, I can pull up her presentation.
No, I just promoted her, so she should be okay now. Try now. Now you should see a share screen button.
Got it. Thank you. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm here today to provide you an update on the efforts that the DPD staff has been really progressing on this addendum to the development manual specifically for master plan developments. So those are the larger scale plan developments. And when we started, what I'm going to go through today is go through what's changed since we first started. We posted some documents late last year. And in response to public comments that we had received, as well as some additional conversations with other staff, other departments, some of the aldermen, you know, we took a step back, made some additional revisions, and actually expanded the scope of what was covered in this document. So what I'm going to do is talk through the changes from what we originally proposed to what we've got in our current draft. And then I've got a summary of the next steps. And I'm going to give you a little heads up is the plan is to post these online by close of business today, and then open a public comment period again starting tomorrow, so that we can make sure that everyone has the opportunity, because there's been some pretty detailed changes on what was originally proposed.
And if I could interject here for a second, Commissioners, I really would like to encourage you to look at this material very carefully and to also make some recommendations for the changes or give some responses to this. And also, if you can send us the PDFs of these documents by email to all the commissioners, we'd also appreciate that, Nancy. And you can
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I was going to post them to SharePoint, but I can also with
you can do that also. But if you'll send us the PDFs, that way we have them in our easily accessible on our emails. That would be awesome.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't know what different we're going to do with community meetings. One of the things, I give an example, as far as community organizations goes, like one of the developments that was proposed that went through us, another community organization popped up, right? New community organizations pop up all the time. And then as far as the community meeting guidelines, you know, most aldermen, I know myself, I try to be involved in all of my community meetings. I need to know how much more work is this going to be for me as far as having community meetings. I know just recently on one proposal I have, you all want to have 2 community meetings. That means I had to be at 2 community meetings instead of one community meeting out of 50 community meetings, right? So I just would like to know who are you all going to run the community meetings?
The intent is to still have the applicants run them, but as we kind of had talked a little bit at one of our briefings, is we want to make sure that whatever's being done and organized and coordinated are being done between the applicants, the aldermen, and the DPD staff to make sure that we're getting the information out to the community and providing the opportunities for them to comment for all people, in the impacted areas. And I think the important thing to point out is what we're proposing, these master PD addendums are really just for those larger scale projects. So it's the Lincoln Yards, it's the 78, it's I think people probably been hearing about some One Central, it's really those larger scale projects. And so it's really going to be done as a case by case basis. So,
okay. So I just want to say, so you may want to keep in mind, because one of the things that I try to do, I know when we do zoning changes or PDs, we with the zoning we have for the developers to send out notices within 250 feet, right? So I try and get them to do the same thing for the community meetings, but that's not our policy. That's my policy, right? And I try to encourage the community organizations to encourage them to do it, right? That's my policy, so we can try to make sure people who live close by it are aware of it, right? And then that's costs on the developer, right? Because other than that, I'm making up flyers and getting volunteers to pass out flyers too about these meetings and e-blasting it out. So just a thought in reference to that. Of course, last night I had a meeting with an organization in reference to the Moody Bible site, right? And and I expressed to them that planning wants us to have 2 community meetings instead of one, but they on the border of several other organizations in the area, also on the border of a couple of two other wards. So the thought was about how to communicate that, how to get that message out to people, in those areas. So just wanted to put that out there.
And Commissioner Burnett, I mean, what you do in your ward is almost a model for with your projects in terms of the numbers of meetings. And I think the idea is to make sure that people have a chance early in the process. And I think that what I was trying to address in requesting this to begin with was that a lot of times community folks feel, in some cases, particularly I think around the bigger projects, as Nancy said, that a lot of things are already predetermined before they have a chance to give an input. And I think the idea is to get people into the process early on, which actually saves the developer too, saves them probably money and time in the long run.
And if I can just respond to a couple more of those points that I was going to say Alderman Burnett, Commissioner Burnett had mentioned. A lot of these guidelines and what we've put together, it's really going to be dictated by the actual scope of the project and where it's located. So, like every PD, there's going to be nuances based on the projects, but we're actually starting with a more expansive notification for the master PDs only, because in a lot of cases, things like traffic impacts and those types of things can actually go beyond that standard 250 feet. So, at least just for the notification of these community meetings, we're suggesting, and again, what we're proposing right now is our current draft. So we're going to open this up for public comment, obviously comment from all the commissioners, and we really hope that, and developers, and we hope everyone will weigh in on this. But, the goal is twofold, is to make sure that people have an opportunity to comment early on as our our chairman just said, but also if anything changes that might trigger the need for follow-up presentation to the community. And there's a number of platforms that can be done. You know, I think we've, through this whole COVID situation, I think we've appreciated that virtual meetings and these webinars are a really good way for us to get the word out and to reach a lot of people. So I think there's a lot of alternatives. And if what I'd like to kind of do is just talk through what's changed from the beginning to what we're proposing now, go through some next steps. And then what we're going to do, I'll send you guys, send the commissioners the documents via email and post them to SharePoint. And then they're going to be posted to the website and opened up for community comment again. So where we started is we had, what we presented initially was a refined, what we called a master PD process that included some thresholds based on the gross site area, the total floor area, and the total number of dwelling units. And we also looked at distinguishing between private developments and, you know, city projects. So city-owned land, or if there's some sort of city as co-applicant, and put a lower threshold for those city projects. As we've been evaluating this further and looking at not only the past projects, but things that are on the horizon that might really meet these thresholds, we also looked at, you know, looking at the total square footage and the total units might not be enough. We might need to really start looking at what is the incremental changes. So you'll see that we've expanded the thresholds a bit to look at not only the gross, but also the net site area. Not only the total square footage, but the increased square footage, and try to get a sense of what's the incremental changes. And then we've also looked at, you know, because our kind of society is changing so much, and you all are seeing it when you're getting applications coming through the door, we're seeing more hotels and what we call group living units, where they might rent out individual rooms within like a 4-bedroom unit, and hotels and standard dwelling units. So we want to make sure that we're having an understanding of what those total kind of unit occupancies are as well. And then the final change that we did on these thresholds is not only distinguishing between the private and the city projects, but also taking into consideration waterfront projects. Because it's so much more sensitive, we've proposed that any waterfront project, regardless of whether it's private or city, should follow those city guidelines, which are the lower thresholds. The smaller projects should be brought forward, just because there's so many more implications when there's a waterfront project. The other thing we changed is we've actually expanded the scope of what we were looking at. Our initial project and what we presented included a updated review process for master PDs. And then we had, we referred back to the standard scoping meetings. We added some regular meetings. We added some community meetings to that process for master PDs. We have since looked at that a little bit further, in addition to putting in placeholders for additional community meetings, both up front and as the project changes as needed, and these regular working meetings and scoping sessions. We've also included an opportunity for developers to come in early, really early, concept phase, to say, hey, this is my concept, before they even finalize anything, to say, does this make sense? We've also enhanced, and this actually came from one of the Plan Commission members, we're also proposing a site plan review process. As you know, with master PDs, typically they only come in with a first phase that's defined, and then there's typically additional sub areas or parcels that'll be built out and more defined later on. One of the Plan Commission members had expressed concern that those details on those site plans and building elevations don't come back to the Plan Commission. So we're proposing to change that site plan review process for these master PDs so that they do need to come and present those finalized plans for those future developments to the Plan Commission and provide comments back to the zoning administrator as part of that review process. And you'll see also we've changed, when you look at the the process and the document. We've changed the format, and I think it's a little bit easier to read. We've also incorporated, as Commissioner Burnett had pointed out, some community meeting guidelines. And this was really in a response to a lot of community comments. They asked us to help define the community area, and it's taken into account those things that Commissioner Burnett said. You know, sometimes these community areas bridge multiple wards. So we want to make sure that we're looking at those things and working with all the impacted aldermen as well as the applicant to make sure that the community area is defined and that we're having kind of some set ideas about how to organize these meetings, some ideas about how to notice the meetings, key aspects that we want to make sure that they're keeping in mind as they're running the meetings, and then some follow-up to those meetings. And all of those are within the new document. The other thing that's changed, and this is a pretty substantial change that we went through, is the previous version, we really just referred back to the supplemental materials and studies section that is in the current development manual. And we've since looked at that and updated it now so that there is a separate supplemental materials and studies section specifically for master PDs. In many cases, a lot of those descriptions are the same as what they would be for a standard PD, but we've also provided some more details, and we've included some studies and materials that are required, that are going to have to be submitted regardless of the size of the project or the scope. And then others will be dependent, again, on the scope and the location. And then we've added a new document that's called a community impact assessment form. And I'm going to cover that in the next section. And we've also added another new study. It's a community services, facilities, and housing assessment study. And for that, we are looking at if the project dictates it, for the people to look at, or the developer to look at, what are the existing schools in the areas and the parks and the amenities, and how are those things potentially going to be impacted if you start bringing in larger scale residential developments. So it's making sure that as the project is being analyzed both on the site, that we're also looking at the potential impacts on the community areas and the services, as well as the surrounding housing. And then the final piece that we changed with the original document, we had included what we called an EAS form, and quite honestly, it's something that we saw at the City of New York and kind of modified it a bit for us. And it really was looking at trying to get a sense of what the changes in this project might be based on the existing conditions. We used their same language of no action, like what might happen in the future if no development happens, and then what might happen if there is action. That form was really geared towards what's going to happen on the site, the existing versus the proposed. The new community impact assessment form goes beyond that. It not only looks at what are the proposed changes to the site, both in terms of total volume and incremental changes, but we also are asking the applicant to look at the community area, look at the demographics, again, the facilities, the parks, the amenities, look at the how the project complies at this point. We want this early on, how this complies with the controlling plans and the design guidelines, to make sure that they're aware of those documents from the beginning and they're keeping those as mind as they're designing these projects. We're also requiring them to attach a couple of additional documents, something called a community character analysis, where they really look at kind of the distinctive character of the neighborhood. What are some of the key institutions, the local businesses? You know, what are some key aspects of this community that really are important to be maintained and sustained as this new development might come through? And then the other piece is we're requiring them to submit what we're calling a housing displacement impact analysis. And that's really looking at, you know, the existing kind of surrounding community, the housing, the types of housing, the rents, the values, and making sure that they're mindful of what sort of impacts of this development might have, you know, secondary impacts on those those residents that live around the community and their housing. So those are the aspects that have changed, and they're pretty significant changes. And that's, again, why we wanted to bring forward this update and really open this back up for a complete public comment period. Which brings me to next steps. So, you know, providing the update of where we are and what we've been working on. We're going to post the updates by, ideally, by close of business today. It's been structured so that there's two separate documents at this point. There's the Master PD addendum, which includes that update to the process. It includes community guidelines. It includes the updated supplemental materials and studies section for the Master PDs. And then we've got that separate community impact assessment form. So those two documents will be posted today. We're going to open it up for a 60-day public comment period. There's a lot going on right now, particularly with, you know, with the aldermen. They've got a lot of work going on. There's a lot of, with regular people, you know, they've got kids that are working at home. We want to make sure everyone has the opportunity to really look at these documents and to provide us comments. And then we also want to host a public webinar. And our expectation is we would do this probably sometime in early December so that people have an opportunity to review the documents, have some ideas of questions, concerns, suggestions, so that when we host the public webinar, it's a more informed discussion and we get more feedback based on their ability to kind of look at these documents and assess what they think, you know, what might be improved or if it's all good. And then complete those, you know, assuming that there's not a significant number of changes, we would present those comments, the revised versions back in early 2021. And that is the end of my update.
Thank you so much, Ms. Radovich. I appreciate it. I want to say that I appreciate very much the amount of work that you've put into this and staff and following up on this. So, you know, it's great. Keep it going. On that meeting in early December, number one, I want to be sure that my schedule is accommodated so I can attend that, but I suspect that other commissioners may also want to know about that and possibly attend. And I think the extent to which we can involve commissioners in thinking through this next step, I think is very important. And when it comes back to us, if we can set it up so that we can actually get the some more, this would be more than an update, but we're actually getting some additional feedback and reflection from the commissioners. But again, Nancy, Ms. Radovich, I know that you've worked a lot. You've put a lot of hours into this, as have other staff that have worked with you on it. So I very much appreciate it, and I'm sure that the other commissioners share the sentiment for our appreciation for this, because these are very, very important changes. These are changes that are very much also in line with the mayor's priority for transparency. And I think this really gives the public much more of an opportunity to be involved at various levels. I know that in some cases they already are, but I think that the idea on these master plan developments is for people to have much more of an opportunity to have their thoughts and knowledge and expertise reflected, particularly with some incorporation of their impacts, because nobody knows better than they what the potential impacts are. And I think the extent to which we can incorporate changes to address those impacts, it's a win-win for everyone. And I know, having worked with developers over the years, that they appreciate knowing upfront what's expected of them rather than having it hit them in the middle or near the end. So I think this is a win-win, and your work is very much appreciated and it's very important. So thank you very much. Do any of the other commissioners want to make any comments on this? Commissioner Cox.
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. I really just wanted to second your comments on how important this work is to kind of set the stage for our expectations for really complex and really multi-year projects that have significant impacts on the area. So I think putting some real detail into the requirements of these larger PDs is essential work. will increase transparency, also will increase their, it will, in the end, expedite the process of getting them done and having community support along the process. So just want to commend Nancy for this work. It's detailed, critical work that you have to dig deep to understand what it is we need to know, and you can start to see that flushed out in the recommendations. So thank you, Nancy, for the work, and I look forward to hearing what feedback we will get from others who will depend on this process working for them as well in the review process.
Thank you, Commissioner. And also, Ms. Radovich, if you can also send me the copy, or send all of us a copy of the link to for the public participation, so that we can let various people know. All the various aldermen may want to let their constituents know, or various people may want to help pass the word, so we can get the feedback. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. So now, all right, oops, I gotta log back in here to continue. All right. Any other additional questions for staff? There's no vote required for any final motion. This does conclude this month's meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
At once. Okay, I'm sorry, I missed, that was Commissioner Brumfeld, seconded by, or was that Garza?
Alderman Burnett.
All right, so I got a second by Alderman Burnett, or is that you first? All right, Alderman Burnett moves, and who is this? And the second is, don't everybody jump at once.
Moore.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
Cordova, yes. Cox?
Yes.
Flores, Garza?
Yes.
Kelly? Lyons? Moore?
Yes.
Murphy?
Yes.
Novada?
Yes.
Reyes, I think, had to go. I don't know if she's still on. Searle had to go. Shaw, I think, had to just left. Commissioner Tunney, Commissioner Villegas, and Weigelsbach.
Yes.
So,
Brumfield is a yes.
thank you so much, Commissioner. This month's meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission is now adjourned at 2:06 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Go forth and remain positive as we wait for this great comeback. Thank you all. And thank you, staff. And again, thank you also, Barbara, our court reporter. And Noah, as always, you're awesome. All the planning staff, thank you. All right, bueno, bye.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.